T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I just wanna stay in the sun where I find. I know it's hard sometimes. Pieces of peace in the sun's peace of mind. I know it's hard sometimes. Yeah, I think about the end just way too much. But it's fun to fantasize on my enemies who wouldn't wish who I was. But it's fun to fantasize. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. I die for you, that's easy to say. We have a list of people that we would take. A bullet for them, a bullet for you, a bullet for everybody in this room. But they don't seem to see many bullets coming through. Too many bullets coming through. Metaphorically, I'm the man, but literally, I don't know what I do. I'd live for you, and that's hard to do. Even harder to say when you know it's not true. Even harder to write when you know that tonight there were people back home who tried talking to you, but then you ignored them still. All these questions, they're for real. Like, who would you live for? Who would you die for? And would you ever kill? Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. I've been thinking too much. 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 Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time. Taking my time on my ride. Yeah. I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Help me.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Screw them! I forgot I wasn't going to put up the green screen, so I had to fix the camera real quick there, and I was like, oh, shoot, the song's ending. I forgot to change it. It's going to be a dark morning for me. Dark morning. I want darkness today. Just choosing for a little bit of morning darkness. I love it. It's so much better than having have all these lights on me and everything. And oh look, I got a cool picture because I'm floating in the air. So I got coffee brewing. It's nice and ready to go for me. So give me 1 second while I excuse myself. I'm gonna go pick up my coffee from the coffee pot, throw it in the microwave for 30 seconds, and I'll be right back. So I don't tell anybody to shut the hell up. See you guys in just a second. Ah, yes. Coffee. Coffee. You guys are probably wondering, like, wait a minute, did he say he's getting a hot fresh cup of coffee, but he's throwing it in the microwave for 30 seconds? Yeah. Oh, I love me a really hot pot of coffee. I would have, if I would have been that guy who had the coffee that I spilled on myself and got burns and got in an accident in the car, it never would have gone down in history as a lawsuit because it wouldn't have burned me. I would have been like, is this all they got? Jeez, this is so freaking cold. It's never hot enough. Danny, I do not drink my coffee like I have my background, unfortunately. I can have cream and no sugar, or I can have sugar and no cream, which would be black in that case. But I gotta have one or the other, so there's always something in the coffee. It's not straight up black. Oh man, there's nothing better than a freshly brewed pot of coffee in the morning. Let me show you guys what I was looking at. Why I said the great pump. Pumpy would be proud. His name's up here in a way. Pip Ray, I love 21 Pilots, man. We saw him, I think, like 3 times in concert now. I feel like I discovered 21 Pilots before they were really huge. I really didn't, but it was before they were really, really, really huge, though. And man, I'll tell you what, I love 21 Pilots. If you guys don't know who 21 Pilots is, check them out, man, because they've got something in their lyrics that just hits you in the feelers. Makes you feel normal. I don't know. It's like they know the plight of the common average man or woman or ape. Real quickly though, I do want to note here, 1485. Notice that number that I have here in a blue line. Look how we just kissed up on the 1485 there and didn't quite make the hard push through like we needed to. That's a trigger for SPF. SPF is re-triggered once you break that line, regardless of whether or not it's a hard breakthrough or not. It's still a re-triggering. So we could drop as far as 20 to 35% from this point here. So what I would like to see is a big push past this. Now, the reason I said the great pump before, or I didn't say it, the title is just the great pump, is I want to show you this real quickly here. We're going to use the VIX again. We're going to go on the weekly back to in history here. We're going to look back at 2020 and see kind of like this run on the VIX here and where the volatility really started happening. There's a little bit of volatility right here, which is kind of where I feel like we're at like right now. I think this is us. I think this right here, us right now, is kind of like this time period right here. This line right here is a representation of this line right here. So if this is us right here now, and this is where we would be about right here, we're looking at about 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away from seeing this massive amount of volatility that's just going to be unstoppable. But there was a dip before the rip. Boy, doesn't that always seem to be the case? So we might see a little bit of a dip here on this weekly, maybe like a week or two. So week 1, maybe another week dip down here, and then probably a run. So we have 2 weeks. Now I want to go back in time and I want to look at the Dow Jones Industrials. And I want to see how that compares, because this week back here was 221. The big rip was from 221 to 228. So we're going to go back to the DJI. I think it's DJIX maybe. I think it's DJIX. Come on, just give me the Dow Industrials. No, not that one. Oh, you know, they're going to do this to me. That's not what I want either. Why did it work when I searched it up on my phone? And now it doesn't want. Oh wait, you know what? That's just too big brain to me. I just look it up on my phone and see what I was looking at there. IDX DJX. can't remember stuff like that. It's just DJI, I thought. That's not what I want. Why is it being such a pain? One second, guys. This is kind of stupid. For some reason, on my phone, when I look this up, it gives me no problems. The Dow Jones just shows up as IDX DJX, but for some reason when I look it up, or DJI, but when I look it up on the computer, it just doesn't want to take me there. I don't know why. Let me see. Should just be, oh, .dji. Are you kidding me? Is this right? No. Oh, index. There we go. Nope, that's not it either. What the hell? What? This should not be this hard to search. Like, I can find this on my phone easily, and on the computer I can find... What? Why is this so hard, Weeble? Close enough. We'll just look to the Nifty, maybe. Now I can't even remember the dates. It's so lame. So here we go. Why am I having such a hard time with this? All right, so I think if you look here, this is 2-1. The week of 2-1, I think it was 220. And I got to go back to the VIX because I can't remember what it was I was looking for. The date that I'm looking for is between 221 and 228. There it is. There's the fall. Now I want you to notice that the price dropped quite a bit and then you had a big run up. Nice big run up right there. A nice pump just before the massive dump. So price started to fall and it said, no, I'm going to have one nice little run here just before it dips really hard. This is really bothering me that I still can't find it. No, wait, no. I should be able to type in DJ. Somebody tell me if I'm going crazy here. Why is it that when I type in DJI that it doesn't come up? Even if I type in DJIX, it still doesn't come up with anything. That is insane. I feel like I'm living like some kind of like weird bizarro world. I don't know. Weird. Somebody tell me what I'm doing wrong. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like you can't just search out on my phone. I do it. You go on your phone. Go on to Webull on your phone. You can type in DJI and it pops up instantly. Like no problem. Not a problem. It's right there. It's right in front of me. Dow Jones IDX DJX. I type that in here. IDX DJX and nothing. It doesn't want to show it. Is it DIX? No, it's DJX. That is so weird. Does not want to show it to me. That is so strange. I know. I understand, DJ, but I'm just trying to show. What I'm trying to show you guys is that the reason that I think that we're seeing so much green right now is that it's a senior moment. The whole reason that we're seeing this massive amount of green that's going on right now is I do believe this is a huge, massive pump just before the dump. It sounds like one of you guys said that Froggy may have said something about stress testing. It was definitely in that terminal message that came through the other day from SEC about making sure to do stress test. Drink every time he says 2 weeks. 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 I hope you guys had to take so many drinks. 2 weeks. You guys are gonna be drunk this morning. Nobody's going into work. I can't see, boss. I can't see coming into work. Oh man. Shoot, man. I mean, if you want to go back to SPY and take a look, let's pull it up and see. Because if I had to guess, this is going to be more massive than 2020, right? So if we go back out to a weekly on the SPY and we take a look at 2020, this is your little pump right here. This is us. We got like maybe 2 or 3 weeks of pumping to do here, and then massive dumping. It made it down to as far as 218, and I think we're going to go lower. I really think we're going to go lower. I think the correction that we're about to see, maybe I shouldn't say lower. Maybe I should say that we're going to see maybe equal to. Maybe equal to. Yep. Definitely more. Definitely more. I don't know. I don't know World War III. I don't know, man. I mean, all I can tell you is this: that this is looking so big. This is looking so big to me, technically wise. Like the way I'm looking at these numbers, I think we're looking at something larger than anything we can measure on the VIX. And the VIX is where I'm really kind of measuring from, because that's kind of like that's just looking at overall volatility. And if we're having that much volatility that is bigger than anything recorded on the VIX, it means it's bigger than 2008. If you look at the starting levels, or the let's just call them eruptions just before the 2008 crash, the VIX got up to about 37. Well, we got up to 37, or 39 rather. We got up to 39 this one of our runs, 39.40ish. Let's see what the actual number was. It was 38.94, so almost 39. So the amount of volatility that's happening in the pre-ruptures to this thing taking off is absolutely more intense than 2008, and that is the largest crash we've seen on the VIX. So if I'm just strictly looking at volatility, the amount of volatility that we're having right now is more massive than anything that this chart has ever seen. So and it only goes back to 1997. So I don't have anything else to compare to. So and I started trading in 1998, ironically. I started trading in 1998. So this will be a bigger market crash, in my opinion. My opinion only, this is strictly my opinion, but I think this will be a bigger market crash than anything I've seen in my entire trading career. ever, quite honestly. So when Adam Aaron, if you guys didn't see it or not yesterday, Astro put out a video. I want to watch this video. I don't normally do this. I want to watch this video with you guys because Adam Aaron did something absolutely incredible with that buy in gold, and I'm going to show you what he has to say because I completely 100% agree with what it is that he's saying here. So it doesn't matter, DJ. I'm looking at numbers. I'm looking at numbers that are saying that this is larger, right? So if there's 30% more money, it doesn't matter. Volatility is volatility. If you have 30% more money in a market and the volatility is greater than you've ever had before, then that means bigger, right? 30% now compared to 30% back in 2008 is bigger. 30% back in 2008 would have been much smaller than what we're going to see. So more money means more volatility. So absolutely, 100% bigger. Again, when you inflate a larger size balloon, you get a bigger pop. So let me take a look at, let me pull up Astro's video. It's real short, it's like 6 minutes long. I want to play it, drink some coffee while we listen to it. I'm with him. I'm completely with him on this. I think he's right. My understanding of how algorithms work, I think he's 100% accurate in what he's saying. Let me see here. Apparently I'm not subscribed to Astro. Oops. Excuse me for blasting you guys. Turn that volume down just a tad. Alright, so I have language sometimes. Astro's got mega language. So if you guys have problems with language or you got kids watching right now, watch out. Here it comes.
Hello, my little shit weasels. How we doing? AMC is ripping. Let's get a little bit of this little footage real quick. Get the money shot. Fuck yeah. And also, I want to talk about a potentially like Einstein level fucking move. 200 IQ, 4D chess, fucking play by Adam Aaron and AMC. I'm gonna talk about what I think it is, and then after I explain that, I'm going to give my thoughts and digressions after that. So, in the market, we keep hearing about algorithms. Most people have simplified this fucking annoyance as the algo or Skynet, you name it. And there's a lot of misconceptions, and for great reason, because the shit is just it fucking drives you insane. I used to be a computer / I don't know, data engineer, data scientist, whatever label you want to come up with, because there's so fucking many out in Silicon Valley. I really don't care what you come up with, but I have experience with big data, parsing big data, aggregating, digging through, automating, correlation finding, and you fucking name it. I've got a lot of experience handling data. I understand the concepts and pretty much anything that goes into what drives efficiency in computation. And that understanding has followed me everywhere for a long time because data
AKA
is everywhere.
He's self-taught.
The reason why I'm mentioning this is because for as much as we talk about the algo It's way too monolithic. It's very confusing. It's just this giant monolithic concept that we place blame to. And that is how it should be, but I also think there should be a bit more education to it, and I think people need to understand what's going on. Now, with that being said, AMC today announced that they purchased a 22% stake in a company that I can't fucking remember the name of.
YMCA, HMYC.
Regardless of that, I know the ticker is HYCM.
No, you got it backwards.
This company has access to a very exuberant amount of precious metals that are at their disposal to mine. Now, what the fuck does that have to do with AMC? Well, let's make two distinctions real quick. AMC is a retail consumer discretionary company. HYCM is a precious metals company. Now, during times of volatility in markets, not only will people, but systems will automatically hedge with any value picks. If you look at any financial crisis, you will see that anything that is value, quote unquote, that's the colloquialism amongst Wall Street, anything of value is purchased typically right before and during and throughout the crisis, and then eventually everyone deleverages there and moves back into growth.
He's classy.
Within the algo, okay, there are tons of algorithms out there. Many of these algorithms will focus on trying to bet ahead of a crash or a crisis or a correction. There are tons of ways you can do this. You could buy, ETF of silver, an ETF of gold, an ETF of real estate, if it's not fucking 2008. You can go into the VIX. You can do whatever, right? Tons of different ways to do it. You can also find companies that have value to their balance sheet. Now, here's the fucking dichotomy, the paradox of Wall Street. I think that is happening right now in this instance just because of how esoteric our situation is as holders of AMC and GameStop and so on and so forth. AMC purchasing this 22% stake in a precious metals company means that not only are they a growth company, but they are also a value company. And algorithms will parse this fact. They will go and analyze any of these 13Fs or 13Gs.
13F, you got it right.
10Ks.
So here's the deal, and I'm just going to stop right there, but here's the deal. He's absolutely 100% right about what he's saying right there. There's a little bit of a problem that I have with that, and I've told you guys before that the algorithms aren't specifically tweaked themselves, but they do have ways to be able to fine tune them. Now, if a hedge fund is severely hedged or inappropriately hedged against a particular company that they know that they don't want to run, there's going to be a radio button of some sorts that allows them to be able to deselect them, as he's putting it, as either as a growth or a commodity type company. So even though AMC has taken on HYMC, YMCA. That's how you just remembered YMCA, and just add the A, take off the A, put the H on the front. HYMC. They'll just deselect that as a qualifier for the company, and then the algorithms will treat it accordingly. So it'll be pretty easy for them to modify this, but he's absolutely 100% accurate in what it is that he's saying. The algorithms will most definitely take it into account if they don't. Could there be institutions out there who are not using sophisticated algorithms as others that may not have that ability? Absolutely, I do believe that. Everybody's trading systems are going to be a little bit different than everybody else's, and there's going to be institutions out there that are just following what other people do, not necessarily leading the way, but following. And if an algorithm reacts a certain way, um, and they don't see the change in what it is that they've modified to the algorithm, then they may make the algorithms for bigger companies may go left and everybody else goes right. And it's like, whoa, wait, what just happened? We normally do this. We got to make changes. This is where you start to see failures. You start to see failures in smaller institutions because they can't keep up with the things that are happening with the bigger institutions. So I like what he's saying. I really, really, really like what he's saying, and I think that he's right. I really think he's right. Um, Adam Aaron has just. I said it yesterday. I said 4D chess. No, it's 5D chess. I corrected myself yesterday. I was like, this is not even 4D chess. This is 5D chess. Adam Aaron is definitely playing 5D chess. Um, Now, whether or not they can use HYMC for making money or not, I don't even really. I mean, it's if they do, great. But if it's more or less, um, if it's more or less just a commodity to add to their resources as a defense mechanism to um, an economic downturn, fine, great, I like it. It only cost them $28 million. They've spent a lot more than that on a lot of other things. $28 million to protect some of the wealth of the company long term. I'm for it, totally for it. I also know that I was watching a little bit of Froggy yesterday. He was looking at the numbers on the company, and they didn't look so hot for HYMC. I'm not really worried about that. They still have the gold there. Um, no, Ortex data is updated. I gotta update all the numbers. I haven't gone into numbers yet here. I'm kind of running behind today because Intel's about ready to build a 2 billion semiconductor factory in the U.S. to tackle the chip shortage and dependency to produce. For that, you need a lot of precious metals like gold, silver. Not silver. You need copper, titanium, um, aluminum, gold sometimes, but only in specific types of chips. Not most chips don't. Most regular chips don't need gold. Um, yeah, I didn't see any. It reported yesterday, I think, for me. Whoa, what is all over my glasses? Somebody got crazy last night. It wasn't me. Let me update the numbers. I'll put my glasses on here. Clean them first. Oh, how delayed? The FTDs are delayed by monthly? Or is it 15 days? I think it's monthly. No, maybe it's 15 days. I'll have to go back and check. We just had a reporting yesterday, so we'll go back and see how far back it is. Otto. I'm forgetting right now. For some reason, part of me wants to say it's 30 days, but I think it may only be a 15-day delay. I think it's reported on the 15th and 30th of every month, if I'm not mistaken. It's the same, I think it might be the same delay as short interest, but we'll check. All right, the glasses are on. Let's do a run through of our numbers here, because everything that you're seeing on the page right now is old. Gotta log into Fidelity. I was like too busy listening to Astra. I didn't even log into Fidelity. To be honest with you guys, like I don't. It's really weird. Like I don't really watch other YouTube streams all that often. So the fact that I just ran across Astros and saw that was kind of, I don't know, just kind of weird. I don't typically watch his stuff, but that's not. I mean, it's not just him. I just don't watch too many of other people at all. I like lives more than I like previously recorded. All right, let's take you guys to the other page. Let's go over our numbers here. Price predictions. Everybody got a point yesterday, so let me just update that real quickly here. Monty was close to not getting a point. Very, very close, but he got one. Okay, short exempt volume. We're moving down to True Demons data here. Let's check it out and see what it is. Big, big jump. 144.6. 100K jump in short exempt volume. Utilization. Another 100%er. Let's add to our days. We are now at day 26 of 100%. And our price increase was 6.78%, which is giving us one of three. One of three. Moving down to off exchange. Final numbers for the day yesterday on the off exchange, we had 49.71 in the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX is 11.61, which or 67, which is a little bit lower, not quite 1% lower than our 30-day average. Now, I was on a space call last night. I was on a space call, and there was a lady on there. I think it was Jenna was her name. I think maybe perhaps it might have been Jana or Jenna. I can't remember which, but and she said that the EDGX was not part of the dark pools. Now, and the reason she was claiming this, the reason that she was claiming this was because on the ticker, if you come over here and you look at the lit exchange, she was claiming that there are times where you see EDGX show up on here. Not right now, but the thing is that so I think there's a difference. What she's saying, and there is a dark pool of Chicago-based options exchange of the EDGX, which if you look up what the CBOE EDGX is, it's a market maker slash wholesale broker exchange. That's not the lit exchange, guys. It's not. You just can't. Market makers and wholesale brokers are not trading on the lit market. They're trading off the lit market. So for anybody to suggest that that's lit exchange just because you see EDGX showing up on the lit exchange is not the case. So yeah, I'm not buying it. At first I thought I was gonna have to eat crow this morning and talk to you guys and be like, guys, I've been saying it wrong all this time. I'm not eating crow. I'm not eating it because I don't buy it. Just because you see EDGX showing up on the lit exchange does not necessarily mean that's the CBOE EDGX. So I'm maintaining, and to clarify, also on top of that, when we see price moving upwards, a lot of times we see the CBOE EDGX moving downwards. Why? Because they're not hiding price discovery as much through the ETFs. And I've told you guys before, the CBOE EDGX is where they hide all the ETF price discovery. So I'm holding strong to it until I can be proven otherwise. And it's my opinion that the CBOE EDGX is definitely an off exchange, and based on chartexchange.com, that's how they're reporting it as well. They're saying that it is an off exchange. I think it is. I'm not going to change my viewpoint. That looks like an off exchange to me, just based on the way it reads too when you look it up. So moving on, just want to let you know, guys, that there may be a possibility that I'm wrong on this, but so I'm letting you know now. But I really think that that is a dark pool. Moving down to Ortex. Today's estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 20.87%. We'll take a little bit more look, more in depth at that here in just a bit. Moving to the top right hand side, the 13Fs, which I cut Astro off from talking about there. The 13Fs are not really being filed right now due to kind of the gray period of time where a lot of companies just don't file consistently. Like they don't just put, every time they go make a sale or buy or anything like that, they don't just immediately go out there and file 13Fs. They kind of wait for a while until they have to report it and then report it because they don't want everybody to know exactly when it is that they do it. 187.9 is what it was yesterday. It did, okay, so we do have some filings that came in. 187.831, very small numbers. Didn't change by much. Max pain. Yesterday was 17. I'm going to go with 16 today. Let's see. Ooh, 1650. So max pain going down 50 cents. Going to give those options a refresh. Drive down to the bottom down here to see our lottery ticket winners at a $95 strike price. Yesterday there was 86.1 thousand contracts for the calls for a $95 strike price. Today there is 86.5. So a small increase to that number. Highest amount of calls versus puts. At a $20 strike price. The largest amount of open interest yesterday was 17.3. It is 18.8 today. On the puts, highest level was a $15 strike price for 31.2 thousand contracts, has dropped to 30.5. So some positions have been closed. Some positions have been closed, not too many. The way that the open interest is looking right now, the market's kind of signaling for like maybe a 1750 close by the end of the week. But based off of current max pain numbers, it would suggest 16.5. So we'll see what happens. Let me move over a couple screens and we'll go over Ortex here in just a second. What am I doing? I couldn't figure out my system over here. I was like, Definitely a senior moment this morning for sure. Let's take a look at our numbers. Utilization. All right. Actually, Otto wanted to know something about failure to deliver. So last failure to deliver reported February 28th, which would have been the end of last month. Since there was no 30th of the month, it's going to be reported on the last day. So it is indeed behind by 15 days. Very similarly to the exchange reported short interest. So there you go. You have the reports coming through at the same period of time. It is lagging by 15 days. It's reported on the 15th, 14th or 15th, I think, and then depending on how many days there are in the month, 14th or 15th and the 30th are the days that you get reports, or maybe 30, 31st, depending on how many days in the month. But there's our utilization, 100% for 26 days, 20, yeah, day 26. Star log, 26 days. On loan amount, increasing yet again from 129.2 million shares to 131. So it's about 700,000 shares more of an increase. And based on the numbers that we saw yesterday, we know that's not going to help on loan average age per day at all. It's going to continue to drive up, probably sharply. Oh, it didn't. Wow. Okay. This tells me something very, very important here. So if your on loan average age per day didn't drop on one day where it went up 1.4, and we know that 1.4 was short interest, then what we know now when it drops down just slightly here is that they absolutely 100% closed some positions on some of their loans, number one. And number two, it also tells us that a lot of the on loan amount of on loans is short interest. A lot of it. It didn't drop by very much, but it did have a little bit of a downwards angle. Oops, wrong one. There we go. There's our estimated short share interest of the free float starting to hook back up right there with the on loan amount. The next time that we get a value in 15 days from now on exchange reported short interest, we're going to see a spike. We're going to see a pretty big spike up. If I had to guess, it'll probably be could be as high as 24. Would that be one of the highest numbers we've had? I said 24, but I meant something different. I meant 101. It could spike up to about 115, if I had to guess. That's going to really drive up the short interest of the free float. These numbers look really good, guys. I really like what I'm seeing here. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is 7th. Yesterday they had a 90 to 10% buy to sell ratio. They've got good volume this morning. AMC coming in at 13th. Yesterday we had a 70 to 30 buy to sell ratio. Also very nice looking. SSR triggers at 1303. I didn't track the numbers early enough this morning, guys, so I'm missing some data here, but we'll try to track this the best that we can from here going forward. total amount of shares that were borrowed yesterday that we tracked on Stonko Tracker was 1.6 million. Very, very low numbers. That tells me they're getting real low on what they've gotten on inventory to be able to borrow. 450. Pull up my calculator. Uh, 1.27. So I'm gonna round. I'm gonna round up on this one just because I have a feeling I probably missed some shares earlier. So let's go with 1.3 million shares having been borrowed for this morning so far. That's almost equal to what they had borrowed yesterday. It's about 300,000 shares off. Borrow fees are at 0.7. Currently, we have 10.1 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls. Even though more of these have been in the money, you can see that we already broke 400,000 out of the money calls, which is a lot. 79,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. Big number. It's 7 a.m. Holy moly. I didn't realize what time it was. Pokey stick of volume coming in at 46,000 shares. Not a doubling of volume because it's showing 122 as it stands. Man, there is no downside. Notice there is absolutely zero downside on this candle. It's got all wick up. 46,000. Let me do the quick math on this. 76. So we had 76,000 shares traded going into this with I think today's going to be the same as it was yesterday as far as volume goes. And yesterday we had a total of 40 million in volume. Wow. That split my numbers right down the middle. I had suggested 30 to 50 million in volume prediction. It's going to be the same thing today. No difference. And G, I didn't see a Twitter. I just switched over to where I could read what you were saying. I didn't see a friend request from you last night, and I looked your name up. And then I found somebody with your exact name that I see here on Facebook, or I mean not Facebook, on YouTube. And so I tried to friend that person. I sent a friend request, but they had their information private. So I can't see you for some reason or another. You need to probably go into your settings and change your settings to be able to allow yourself to see others. And I tried everything I could do because I didn't see anything from you yesterday. So let's take a look at the rest of the numbers here real quick, guys. As far as the rest of the world goes, yesterday up big numbers, 9% on the Hang Seng. Shanghai had 3.48, FTSE China 4.79. Shenzhen had 4% up. The Nifty 50 had 1.87, 1.86, 1.26. FTSE 250 had 2.60. A lot of green. I think we're going to see green today again. I think this is a pump. This is the pump before the dump. This is the great pump. There's a lot of long institutions that want to get as much money as they can before they absolutely start just dumping like crazy. The entire market is going to go bear. The entire market's going to go bear, and this is them trying to collect as much money as they possibly can before they have to switch their positions. They will absolutely pump this up as high as they possibly can to milk as much money as they can out of their long positions before they start going short. That's how the market works. The market is always going to try and make money. That's how they survive. This is the great pump. We currently have 4,661 advancers to 2,800. Oh no, that's yesterday's numbers. I'm sorry, those are yesterday's numbers. IWM is up 1.27 in the pre-market. Tesla up 2.57. Amazon up 1.52. Cinemark is up 0.63. Doge is up 1.54. Bitcoin is up 3.54. GME is up 3.88. HYMC is up 6.58. Hood is up 2.17, and AMC is up 1.73. Our total inflow versus outflow was a $10 million spread between the two, with more outflow than inflow. We're at 128.3K in volume so far. Yep, cups and handles. That's exactly what you're going to see, DJ, 100%. Cups and handles everywhere, but they should be inverted. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, the daily interval. Just looking at these three indicators right here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.7 on the daily interval. On the hourly interval, we have more, it looks like equal buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 62.5, which is definitely above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.01, again above average. Having gone into the overbought territory in the pre-market, it's cooling off. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with multiple crossovers in the last half hour, with RSI at 37.39. And this is us now. So really it was this 1485 number that I told you guys was going to be a reset for synthetic price failure. I'm going to go ahead and plug in the high of 1499. That's a 16% increase from the bottom of 1292. We are looking, I have to move some of the new numbers now. We could see new lows. We could absolutely 100% see new lows anytime those synthetic price failures get reset by tripping a 15% or more increase in price. You could see new lows at any given time. They've reset the ability to continue to knock this down. So let's reset some of our numbers and find out where those new lows could possibly be. It would be 20% down from 1499. Those would be the first turnaround points. So let me calculate it out real quick here, just so I can move my numbers. I don't, Jonathan. I don't think about it. I try to think primarily about AMC. That's about it. I also try to think about where the market's moving to, and those are the primary things I try to look at. I mean, I like to see what the whole market's doing, but I don't really have a. I'm not into Mulan. All right, so let's see here. So the first thing I'm going to do is calculate out 19.5%. That's the first point at which you could see a price turnaround point, which puts us at $12.06. So my first line right here, this first blue line, is going to move down to that value. Ironically, how close is that to SSR triggering? What is SSR? 1303. So 1303 would be your first turnaround point. 1206 would be your secondary. So I got to move this line as well. We're going to move this back up to 1303. Oh, actually, you know what? That's the wrong line. That needs to get trashed. I like using the dotted line for SSR triggering. $12.06. We'll just delete this red line. And we'll move this white line. White line is your 20% down. Let me math that real quick. It's basically $12. Well, it's $11.99, so I'll just move it in on $11.99. Wait. Okay, yeah. And the red line is going to be paper hand line. We know we've had paper hands on the drop if we see it cross the red line. And it doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's retail paper hands. It could be institutional paper hands. So let's figure out that value. $11.77. All right, there's your new synthetic price failure points and SSR. And they don't really match up very well at all. So if there was going to be a turnaround point for today, I would say that it would probably be a SSR being tripped. These numbers are quite a bit lower, and normally when they trip SSR, they tend to, when there's this much of a gap between synthetic price failure and SSR, you don't typically see us moving down. So what I would suggest is that if we were going to trip SSR today, that you would see price movement back upwards, maybe retesting 1485 and then coming back down to go for the synthetic price failure after that, potentially. Long term, like a week, long term. But the very first key thing that we need to see happen is we need to drive through 1485. If we can get a big push to drive well past 1485 and start setting new highs of higher than 1499, then our synthetic price failure numbers move up, right? Because it's always going to be 19.5, 20, and 21.5% down from whatever new high we're setting. So we want to see a really hard push through 1485 to be setting new highs so that those synthetic price failure numbers start driving up a little bit, and that way we won't bottom out too farther than we'd like to. MCon initially, so I'm just reading what you guys. I'm kind of going back over here to what you guys are saying. I think so. We'll see. We're in line with the market. We have a positive beta to the. I don't even want to say positive. It's just we're running in line with the way the market is. We don't have a negative beta currently, and so we will run in line with the market until we start seeing margin calls. Once the margin calls start happening, then we'll start having a negative beta once the price starts running up and everything else is dropping. I'll check it real quick here, Menji. Hold on a second. Okay, so I'm following you now, so um, I think. No, that's probably not you. How low will we dump? How low will the dump go? Anyone? Um, it's really difficult to say, man. I mean, it's really difficult to say. I mean, that's we're talking about like what what's the rest of the market going to do, and when do margin failures start occurring? And knowing those exact numbers is really difficult to come up with. All I can really tell you is that these synthetic price failures are really extremely um, what's the word I'm looking for? Regular. It's really easy to count on these synthetic price failures. So um, as of right now, the way it looks to me, like we could drop 20%, given this point right here, which would be that $12 range. Uh, if it does blow past that 21.5% price down move, where we would see paper hands, and it could potentially drop to 35% down before you'd see a turnaround point. Um, so, off of 14.99, just calculate 35% and see what that comes up with. I actually can do it real quick here. Hold on a second. $9.74. Looks like if we go down that low, I'm gonna be selling my exercise bike that I don't use. I'm gonna be buying some more shares. Okay, I'll make sure. And I will make sure and find that. And hold on a second. Yeah, it has. It looks like your tweets are locked. Your account's protected. That's why you're having problems. But I sent you the friend request. So if you're having difficulties, that should help. China vows to keep markets safe. Sounds like Powell said. Let's see, Jojo. So today is the rate hike. Or supposed to be the rate hike. We'll see what they end up hiking it by. Jojo says if they're successful in continually dropping us with SPF, how do we ever get out of like we are? When does the volume come back? It just does. It comes back, Joe. Um, I mean, if you go back and you look at GME, it just pops out of nowhere. It just suddenly one day, next thing you know, the thing's just popping off. So it's like a thief in the night, and you don't know when it's going to come. And the SPF, all I can tell you with the synthetic price failures is that when those get bigger, we start running higher. So 20, 35% drops. Usually when you start seeing 35, 40% drops, those are kind of when you start seeing some of the really big returns. But when you see 60% drops in price, we're there. We're absolutely 100% there. It's You won't have to ask any more questions anymore. You just sit back and enjoy the ride, buckle up, make sure your seats are fastened and your trays are in an upright position because it's go time. Mr. Smith, you're welcome. Thank you for following. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. My wife is home, and I'm gonna go. I don't think we're gonna have a morning drinky drink, but we've kind of stopped buying rum. We haven't had morning drinky drinks in a while, so I'm gonna head out of here, and I will see you guys 15 minutes before market open. And I'll try to do a trade. I'm gonna do a trace trade. Peace. Already I'm back. Believe it or not, I have a drinky drink. Special news broadcast live. Uh-oh. Well, special drink toasted today. We're going with an adventurous ape, as we've recalled this drink, and this is normally known as a brave bull, but we've renamed it to the adventurous ape. Cheers to the adventurous ape, which is us. It's a strong one. Boy, that'll put hair on your chest. Special broadcast news live. What are they saying? We should see the rumblings of the news here just in a bit, if that's the case. Is that it? 23 minutes ago, Ukraine-Russia war news. Watch Zelensky address Congress live. Sounds like Zelensky is asking for new alliances. He's already acknowledged that Ukraine would not be accepted into NATO soon amid Ukraine's talks with Russia to try and end the war. Zelensky is looking for some other way to have other nations guarantee Ukraine's future sovereignty. Zelensky shares a video which is graphic, heart-wrenching, and searing how normalcy turns into terror. I can't recall the last time something like this was shown to an open session of Congress. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to play that. But I'm not saying you shouldn't watch it. GD says, Casey just gave an example for how quickly life can change. 100%. We just haven't bought any rum in a long time is what it comes down to, GD, so we don't have any rum and Dr. Peppers to mix, which is our usual go-to, so stay strong. It's a brave bull. You guys got to be brave. Oh, man. I got to come up with a price prediction here. 2 weeks, James. Wait. I got a drink on that. 2 weeks. It's 2 drinks. Here we go. 1. Oh, 2. All right, let's do a price prediction. Let me come up with it. I saw Monty had put one in here earlier. Let me just scroll back a little bit and see what it was. Nikki's got 1476 to 1689. She's being harsh on herself by not giving her full $3 to herself. So she's really dialed it in apparently. Monty's coming in at 1403 to 1703. So let's dial Monty in. 1403, 1703. Keto's got 1339. Okay, he's going with the same numbers that he had yesterday. Keto had 1339 to 1639. Again, I think there's going to be a market-wide pump just before we see this thing's dump. So I think we could potentially have another 6% up day today. So I'm going to go with yeah, because they probably won't do the they probably won't increase the interest rates until after market closes, I would assume. If anybody knows, I think that's after market, or it might be like an hour before market closes. I'm gonna go with 1450 to 1750. Do I want to try and capture the low side? Eh. Yeah, I'm just going to stick it there. 1450 to 1750. And Joe, if you're listening right now, I went ahead and answered your question in the text chat there, but I'm going to just touch on it real quickly since I got like a couple minutes here. But Joe had said, it seems that we keep dropping and dropping. What kind of push could get us out of this? Even 100% rise, which is highly unlikely, seems very low at this moment. So, I mean, go back in history and look at the numbers. Go back in history and see what happened in May and January of last year. It happens. It absolutely happens, and it comes out of nowhere. You don't see it coming. And we had the specific dates that I put down in the chat comment was 521 to 528, a week's worth of time, was a 206% gain in price. So it absolutely can happen at like any given moment. As Rule says, 350 to 353, is that good? It's funny you should say that as Rule. I have mentioned on several occasions that once we start breaking like I don't know, once we break $100, we're gonna have to change the gap. Like we're gonna have to give ourselves more than $3 because trying to guess, when we start breaking the hundreds, trying to guess within a $3 price range is gonna be near impossible. So we might have to give ourselves like a $30 range instead of just $3. Maybe for every $100, or maybe for every $50 we go up, we increase by $10. So like a $10 range for every $50. So $10 range. Once we hit 50, no, that's too. Once we hit 100, a $10 range. Once we hit 200, a $20 range. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. I think that would be more fair. Yep, earnings report. I believe that's tomorrow on GME, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it'll be probably after market close tomorrow. We really need to drive past 1485 to set new highs. That's going to be the challenge this morning. Remtax says 1469 to 420.69. Nice. Gary Keating's going with coffee and donuts this morning with a 1385 to 1685 price prediction. You know what? If one of you guys who guessed 350 to like 350, like Azrul or Gary, or maybe even say like Remtac with your price predictions, like if you guys hit one of those numbers, I'm gonna buy you something. I don't know what it is. It's gonna be extravagant because I mean, if we hit those kind of numbers, it's going to be extravagant, whatever it is. But to be able to predict something like that and hit it just out of the random blue, um, it'll be worth it. I'll be impressed. Anyways, it's time for me to close me down and get this market started. So I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in estimate.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I just wanna stay in the sun where I find. I know it's hard sometimes. Pieces of peace in the sun's peace of mind. I know it's hard sometimes. Yeah, I think about the end just way too much. But it's fun to fantasize on my enemies who wouldn't wish who I was. But it's fun to fantasize. Oh, 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 I'm boring, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm boring, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. I die for you, that's easy to say. We have a list of people that we would take. A bullet for them, a bullet for you, a bullet for everybody in this room. But they don't seem to see many bullets coming through. See many bullets coming through. Metaphorically, I'm the man, but literally, I don't know what I do. I'd live for you, and that's hard to do. Even harder to say when you know it's not true. Even harder to write when you know that tonight there were people back home and try talking to you, but then you ignore them still. All these questions, they're falling like, who would you live for? Who would you die for? And would you ever kill? Oh, 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 I'm boring, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm boring, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time. Taking my time on my ride. I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Help me.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them. Screw those hedgies. Absolutely keto. We can 100% set up some kind of Discord where we can get together and talk about something or do some cheering or whatever it is that we want to do. This is as much my channel as it's your channel. This is history that we're creating here. You're part of it. So if you want to be a part of it more than how we currently are, let's set it up. So I'm totally for it. Pebble saying that Zelensky said to Congress that we need you now, invoking Pearl Harbor and 9/11. Screwing the hedges is our occupation. Thanks for the follow, Otto, on Twitter. I saw it earlier. I followed you back. I say this to everybody all the time. You're not special if you've gotten this message, but it's true. It's 100% true. If you follow me and you want to hear what it is that I have to say, then I want to hear what it is that you have to say. So I follow you back because I think that the things that you have to say are important and I want to hear it. So absolutely. Follow me. I'll follow you right back. I want to hear. There's nothing more important when it comes to documenting history than to listen to what people are saying. 100%. Screwing the haggagees. Man, this drinky drink, I'm telling you guys, it is definitely not for the faint of heart. Gary, I have not set up my next interview, but thank you for reminding me. I need to put it up here in the poll. I think it's going to be pretty simple for us to ask this question. I want to get his last name right here. Hold on one second. I would just hate to get his last name right. I think I spelled it right. Yeah, Denaro. All right. It's called Sammy. It is called normally we've renamed the drink. Normally it's called a Brave Bull. However, we've renamed this and it's now officially the Adventurous Ape. So it is, if you want to look up technically what a Brave Bull is, that's what the technical name for this drink is. But we're renaming or rebranding the name to Adventurous Ape. Good morning, Brazil. Just to let you know, on the last interview, Tony Denaro actually did say he congratulated me and Froggy for an excellent interview. We were just getting a chance to know Froggy. And I said, so you're next? And I was just kind of kidding just to see what he would say. And he said, yeah, absolutely. When I get done with my trip that he's on, apparently he's on vacation right now for probably spring break. Uh, I think, yeah, Tony DeNaro is from here in Austin, so all of our kids are on spring break this week, so he's probably on spring break. But he said when he gets back that he wouldn't mind entertaining an interview at all. So if that's what you guys want to see, yes, it is very alcoholic. How Columbus of me? I feel like that's supposed to mean something. How adventurous? Maybe? I don't know what Columbus means. I think that's a reference to like all the Columbus references that I've given before in the past. I don't feel like I'm Columbus, Pip. I feel like I'm like that dude that nobody knows who he is, but he was documenting the whole thing the entire time. Like nobody's ever heard of this dude. Nobody, he has no name. He who has no name, but he documented the whole expedition. Um, I'm sure there has to be somebody out there renaming the Brave Bull. So Sammy, it's just because my wife gets off work on Wednesday mornings, and so we typically in the past have traditionally had a drink together. It's her last day. She works a night's compressed shift week, and so her last day of work is Tuesday night. So when she gets off in the mornings on Wednesdays, we usually have a drink together. So it's known as the drinky drink on Wednesday mornings. I only do it on Wednesdays. It's not like a normal habit for me. It's not like I'm trying to celebrate or anything. Well, I mean, I'm celebrating her getting off work, but it's just kind of an industry. If you know anything about, well, I don't know if nurses do this or not. I really don't know if nurses do this, but they actually kind of work kind of a similar schedule. But people in my industry, a lot of times when they get done with their compressed shift week, the very first thing they do on their last day is they go to the bar first thing in the morning. Believe it or not, there's actually bars that are open first thing in the morning on Wednesday mornings, and they go they go to the bar and they have drinks. And I don't know, maybe it's because you work a 12-hour work week for 4 or 3 days in a row that causes that to happen. But um, I don't know, it's just something we do. She's in the same industry that was in, doing the same job that I was doing. So I guess just kind of keeping up tradition, I guess. Hopefully you're not judging. So here we are struggling really, really tight with this 1485 value here. And this is what I was telling you, that we can't just kiss this thing like your sister. You gotta break right through this. This is one of these things where this is the 15% mark right here that resets synthetic price failures. We really have to see a break through 1485 to know that we're going to see much, much bigger, higher highs. If we don't break through this right here, then there's a very good chance that we'll be going back down and testing a lower low than what we've seen in the past. Very good chance. Morning, WM. This you said puffing on trees. I have a feeling that's like some kind of like drug reference. I don't get it, but this particular drink has a very, well, I guess it probably depends on what kind of tequila you use, but it has a very smoky whiskey kind of feeling when you drink it. It tastes like an aged smoked barrel of whiskey, and it almost I can almost smell heavy cigars when I'm drinking this. Like, I mean, I feel like I'm sitting in. If I take sniffs of the air, I feel like I'm sitting in a cigar shop. Have you ever walked into a cigar shop before and you take that smell and it's just got that like aroma of like just a heavily aged barrel. That's what it tastes like when you drink this. It's called the Brave Bull, Jeff. We've renamed it to the Adventurous Ape, but it consists of 2 shots of tequila and 1 shot of Kahlua. I thought it sounded so gross when I heard of it, and I don't know if it's because of the kind of tequila that I'm using, but it is good. And I'm not using cheap tequila, so make sure you use good stuff. Trent says, I know this isn't a GME channel, but it has very little support under this range down to 40. So based on the chart, does it push back up to 120 or down to hell? It's not a GME channel, but it's okay that it's not a GME channel because you know what? It's the OG, Trent, and I'm absolutely 100% okay talking about GME because it is the OG. The whole reason I am here is because of GME. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for GME and everything that everybody stood behind and the whole movement of what brought people together to stand for trying to make a market correction and fixing what's broken. So, having said that, let's take a look at it. In all honesty, I hate looking at price, and the reason that I say that is because with this, I really feel like I don't think price is really like the huge indicator that we should be looking at. Now I've had this drawn out since late January, this wedge. We're on the bottom side of it here. I could see us dipping out just slightly underneath the wedge. I understand where you're coming from with levels of support and resistance based off of gaps from the past. But what I would tend to say to you is that I think that we may break outside of this box or thereabouts. So I think it's very, very close to running. What was the number you listed? Hold on one second. 40. I see levels of support at 73. I feel like there's definitely levels of support at like 73, 65, 53, 37. There's definitely some levels of support in here. If it does break down outside of this, I would have a hard time imagining it going below 65. And I think it would be a temporary breakout, like a false breakout out of this, and then perhaps shooting really hard up back through this box and breaking out. That's how I'm seeing it. And I'm not always right. So we have a new high of 1508. Huge amounts of volatility. They are driving down volume currently. The last minute was 136. They're going to try and drive volume down as much as possible here. They're going to try and get it down to 60K a minute. Dog's doing good, pump. We got about 12 more minutes and we'll check the numbers here, ABC. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having the interview. It's more of a formality than anything that that I'm asking you guys if I should interview him. But I just kind of it is. I view this as your channel, not mine. You guys are in control of making history. So, and I shouldn't say just you guys. I'm a part of it too. I have a vote in this, but my voice is just as loud as yours. So if I vote for it, I feel like it's a group vote. And you don't have to watch. That's the best part. If you don't want it, don't watch it. I'm not saying it real rugged. Usually it's so Remtax asking, is it Rem? No, James is asking an important question. How do they drive volume down? Typically speaking, they drive down volume by decreasing volatility. So basically what they do is they try to drop price. Now, you haven't really seen that yet. There's been a lot of price movement up here. If they let it run really fast and hard, then you see a correction back down to the simple moving average. But as you can tell right now, based off of what's happening, is we almost had a touch here on the upper side of the 3 sigma, which means we should have had a correction back down to the simple moving average. But the buying pressure is so strong right now that it never even made it back down to the simple moving average without having it go back up some more. So this is actually very healthy growth. None of the minutes in here since market open have touched the 3 sigma. I can guarantee if I change this to a 2 sigma that there will be touches, but that's okay. It's okay to have 2 sigma touches. It's the 3 sigmas that are nasty and almost demand that the price must come back down. And so what they'll do is they'll try to let the price run up, touch a 3 sigma, and then do a correction. And as the price is coming back towards the simple moving average, they just start attacking price down, which kind of ends buying pressure. As they push the price down, people will go like, "Oh, okay." I mean, think about it from your position. You're seeing the price go down. You're like, "Ooh, how low is this gonna go? Maybe I should wait and see if I should buy a little bit lower here, right?" And it's those kind of thoughts, or it's a market sentiment to where people are. I said it that like it's like dirt resting at the bottom of the ocean, sediment, sentiment. It's market sentiment that causes the price to start falling, and as price starts falling, you start having less and less volume, which is bullish though. More volume falling and price dipping should be bullish. But that's how they reduce it. And so as the price is dropping, you get volume reducing and you get volatility dropping. Right now, volatility is just, you can see the bottom side of the volatility is starting to curl up. They're trying to reduce volatility in here and just kind of get it under control. They're using 1517 as a level of resistance to keep the price from breaking through. Right now on the bid and ask side, you can see that there's a couple of walls in here at about 1542. There's one now at 1529, 1550, 1555. They're having a really difficult time controlling price, but as you start to see these walls build up and all stack right on top of each other towards the top, then you know that they've got volatility under control and they're going to start trying to push the price down. So start watching that. There you go. There's a 1520 wall that just is taking hits and broke through. So they're going to keep throwing up these walls to try and keep price from continuing to go higher. Eric did text me at market open and told me he was going with a 1420. Hold on a second. 1420 to 1720 price prediction for the day today. Right now, as it stands, their volume is still maintaining over 100,000 shares a minute, 150,000 shares a minute, which is good because as soon as they lower volume down into the less than 100,000 shares a minute is when volatility starts dropping, and that's when you're going to start seeing price starting to move down, and that's when they control price. See, the problem is money is that you say that they're making profit. And I would agree with what you're saying there. They made profit as they shorted the price down. But the part that you're forgetting to remember is that it's costing them to short the price down. So while they're making money on the moves down, that's also costing them money on the moves down. So you have to, and that's why it requires them to open up more short positions as it's moving down. They have to continue to make money. If at some point they continue to no longer make money as price is moving down because price starts rebounding up, that's where they get stuck. So you're forgetting about the part that it's costing them to get the price down. Absolutely tons and tons of money. And as we just saw, they're completely leveraged. I don't know if this information is true. I saw a Twitter post that somebody posted saying that Citadel was under heavy pressures and that they may be nearing the end of their ability to keep their doors open. No, I'm paraphrasing. That's not what it said. It said something like, shoot, I really should have retweeted it. I hate retweeting anything anymore, guys, just because I don't know what's real and what's fake. And I like to give it some time before it actually, I let it develop a little bit before I retweet it. I'm looking for it right now. I don't see it. Hmm. Trying to scroll through this as fast as I possibly can. Oh man. I don't know. Oh, this is. I got an advertisement from Pluto TV on my Twitter. It says the Bob Ross channel. Why would they say that to me? I have no. I don't understand why they would say that to me. What a special human being he was. Hmm. I'm not seeing it. You never know what's fake or not fake anymore. I'm not gonna find this. Oh well. Moving on. So because we broke past the 1458, and I would say that this is a pretty decent breakthrough. There's not like a movement up here and then hitting that first level of resistance and then breaking back down and testing 1485 again. There's a solid breakthrough and a continuation through levels of resistance. And so I would say to you guys is that um, to me that's very, very bullish. It's a very healthy run. It's not hugely above. It's not like touching the 3 sigma as it's moving, which is great. The upper band is being unmolested. Okay, it looks like this is our turn back down towards the simple moving average. Might be a little bit of a cooling off here. Our last minute of volume was 218,000 shares for the minute. 250 is the key number that we look for. 250,000 shares a minute is the equivalent of 100 million shares traded for the day. Doctor's saying, Shaw, question, how is it costing them to keep it down? Cost to borrow is jack shit. So the best way to describe it, and it's not necessarily in cost to borrow, it's the best way to describe it is they're losing money when they ladder down the price. They are actually losing money on the shares that they're pushing through. So if you understand how the laddering down the price works, they're losing money on each share that they're trading back and forth. So it does cost them to trade these shares back and forth to drive the price down. When they're faced into buying pressure, it just simply costs them money. It absolutely costs them money to try and get this price down. And the worst part about it is that every single time it moves up or has movement upwards, it's lost revenue. Every single penny or dime that they put into pushing down the price completely flushed down the toilet because they've lost gains. They've lost gains towards the direction of the price that they need to push towards. So it's very, very costly, way more costly than you could possibly imagine. And then there are periods of time where they have to go to the market and they have to buy shares. When they have to buy those shares, that's costing them money as well because they have to complete orders. So there's many different ways than just cost to borrow that it costs them money to do this. They're paying money in ad revenue attacks. It's costing them money to, I mean, you could just go through the whole list. Hold on a second. I'll pull up my list here. Let's look at the list. See if I can find it. Okay, I need to remember it's right above that. Okay. Media assaults. It's not free. These media assaults that they do cost them money. Every single time that they have to borrow shares, listen to this. Where is it? One second, let me just find it. So this gives you like a brief summary. The shorts manipulate the laws of supply and demand by flooding the offer side with counterfeit shares. They will do what is called a short down ladder. It works as follows. Short A will sell a counterfeit share at $10. Short B will purchase the counterfeit share covering a previously open position. Short B will then offer a short counterfeit share at $9. Short A will hit that counter offer, or short B will come down and hit the short A's $9 bid. Short A buys the share for $9, covering his open $10 short and booking a $1 profit. Somebody has to lose on that side. And so they continuously do this over and over and over. That was just giving you like whole dollar amounts. They're doing it on the pennies, but the idea or the process by which they're doing it is still applicable. By repeating this process, the shorts can put the stock price in a downward spiral. If it happens to be a significant long buying, then the shorts draw from their reserves of strategic fails to deliver and flood the market with an avalanche of counterfeit shares that overwhelm the buy-side demand. Attack days routinely see 80% or more of the shares offered for sale as counterfeit. Company news days are frequently attack days since the news will mask the extraordinary high volume. It doesn't matter whether it's good news or bad news. Let me get to the other part here. Where is it? I can't find the spot in here where they basically pay for the loans. So when they need loaned shares, or when people talk about rehypothecation of shares inside the loans that are happening, they actually um, pay brokers to tell them that they have shares that are available to borrow when they're not really available to borrow. Then they have a credit card basically that is held by only that individual that has money wired into the credit card from an offshore account. So they're paying for people to pretend that they have loans to sell, because all they have to do is they just have to verify that they have shares available. They don't actually have to borrow them. They just have to ask if they have them available, and if they do, then they can just start pretending to borrow. So some of the different ways, it was the media assaults, they pay for those. Analyst reports, they pay for those. Planting moles in target companies, probably paying the moles. Frivolous SEC investigations, uh, anything that they're having to lawyer up for, class action lawsuits, whatever it may be, they're paying for that. Interfering with target companies' customer financings, uh, however they're doing that, they're probably paying for it as well. Pulling margin from long customers. Let's see. Maybe not the one. And paid bashers. Anybody who's being paid to do all this. This is all costing them money, and you're not thinking about that because you don't realize that. And it's not just AMC, right? They're doing this with lots of different companies. What about the idea that they're trying to push other companies as well, right? Like they know that they're going to try and draw attention away from some of the meme stocks to other things that they're going to run. There are definitely companies out there that they let run on purpose because they know that they can get people to come in, buy into it, and then drop the price on them before they can get out. And that could be seen as a source of revenue, but they're paying somebody to do those pump and dumps. All right, it's 9:07. Let me just read through what you guys are saying here. I need to get to the numbers. I guess, Doctor, all I got to say to what you're saying right there is go look at their earnings report, the last one that they just released. They're completely fully leveraged, and they have lots of shares that they still need to buy that they have not purchased. NC Proud Dad, that's your 13G reports that you're talking about there, and that's actually them just buying back the shares that they sold in November. So they didn't increase their position by that much. They just bought back what it was that they had sold. So they reduced their cost average. All right, let me take a look at the numbers, guys and gals. Price prediction tallies. Monty's got 2 points, Eric's got 2, I've got 2, Taquito's got 1. We have a 3-way tie as it stands right now. Price predictions are pretty tight today, so I don't expect that there's going to be too much of a difference. I've got 1450 to 1750. Eric's got 1420 to 1720. Keto has 1339 to 1639, and Monty has 1403 to 1703. For those of you who are new to this channel, it's just for fun. This is not, I'm not, don't take financial advice off this. This is just for individuals who are trying to stay sharp by trying to guess the price from a day to day and betting beers or ice cream or whatever it is that they want to be paid in uh, at the end when this is all over. And Keto's going like, what? I owe beers? Actually, you might be net neutral right now, Keto. You might be okay. Okay, moving on to True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume rose from like 40,000 shares from yesterday's numbers of Tuesday. No, I'm sorry, of Monday. Today's numbers from Tuesday was 144.6, so 100,000 more in short exempt volume day over day. It's pretty high. It's not as high as we need to see. I want to see a million. A million. True Demon wants to see 3 million. I only need to see a million. I know we're getting there if we start seeing a million. Utilization was still 100%. We're on day 26. Today is day 26 of that number being 100%. Day over day price increase, we had a 6.78% increase in price yesterday, giving us 1 of 3 for our indicator, being higher than 5%. Taking a look at the off exchange. Okay, these numbers are pretty high, so I just refreshed it. This is our first look at off exchange for the day today since market opened, and we're at 48.35 on the off exchange, which is definitely high, and the CBOE EDGX is at 12.62. I'm going to just briefly state this. I was on a space call last night where they said that CBOE EDGX is not a dark pool. I disagree. I completely disagree. And if you look up the CBOE EDGX, it defines it as a market maker slash wholesale, a broker wholesale pool for them to trade through. That is not a lit market. That's price discovery that's being hidden. And we've seen it go up. We've seen price go down when the amount of volume is increased going through there. We've seen price go down when that goes up, and we've seen price go up when that goes down. So I'm 100% certain that CBOE EDGX is definitely a dark pool or off exchange, and I believe it's for the ETFs, exchange traded funds. I believe price discovery is hidden through exchange traded funds pretty constantly. That's already showing over the 30-day average right now. I thought I was going to have to eat crow this morning coming out of the show to tell you guys that that I was wrong about that being a dark pool, but I'm not convinced. After looking up the data that I've looked up, I just think I'm wrong. David Lauer was cited as being the source for saying that it was not a dark pool. I disagree. I don't think he knows what he's talking about when he's talking about this one. But I'm willing to be wrong. I just need somebody to show me documentation saying otherwise. On loan amount. Day over day increased quite a bit. Well, not quite a bit. It was 700,000 shares. I'll show it to you here in just a little bit, but 131 million shares on loan is pretty high. Borrowed change for the day so far is currently at 281,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.9%. Cost to borrow, yeah, average is high. It is definitely high. It's higher by about 0.5%. We could be seeing the beginnings of cost to borrow starting to blow up here pretty soon. Moving on to institutional share ownership in the top right hand corner. It did decrease ever so slightly day over day. currently at 187.8 million. Let's refresh it. Still 187.831. SSR. Max pain for the day today decreased ever so slightly from $17 down to $16.50. I was thinking it would drop down to 16, but just went down to 16.50. Let's take a look at our current volume. Highest amount of volume for call options so far this morning at a $15 strike price. Yesterday we ended the day at 14, so that is definitely up, which obviously because we're up in price. There is 6,000 contracts at a $15 strike price, which is legitimately kind of high. Normally I would expect around 4,000 contracts at this time in the morning. At a $14 strike price on the puts, which is the same as yesterday, there is currently 3.2 thousand contracts. That's a very normal number, almost a 2-to-1 in volume. But the call and put numbers, which I expect to see change here in a little bit, are only showing a closing price for the day today somewhere between 14 and 15. But since we're already over that now, we'll probably see some higher strikes starting to pick up in volume. For the week, 15 to 20 is the range, so the market's signaling towards a 17.50 closing price for the end of the week. Let's take a look at Ortex. Here's our utilization at 100% for 26 straight days, looking really beautiful. On loan amounts, here's your 700,000 share increase from 129.2 or 129.3 to 131. Oh wait, I was off. That's 1.7. I'm sorry. I cannot math. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's 1.7 million shares. I'm seeing this from a completely different light now. Okay, I'm seeing this from a much different light now because earlier I thought that was only 700,000 shares. It's 1.7 million shares having been loaned. And this is what happened to our on loan average age per day. It dipped, which tells me that earlier I was saying something a little bit different than what I'm about to say right now. If you have more on loan amounts going up and your on loan average age per day dips, then they're taking on more short interest. It's good. It's really good. Here's your short share interest of the free float following along with the on loan amount there pretty closely. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not in the top 10. GME coming in at 11th with a 83% buy to 17% sell ratio. And AMC coming in at 17th with a 57% buy to 43% sell ratio. That's actually not that great. I don't like seeing less than 60-40. Hopefully that picks up before the end of the day. If it doesn't, then what we could see is a bit of a downwards price trend coming up in the next day or two. Retail's not buying as much now, is what it means. Retail's got a limit. Apparently we want to see more downwards movement before we start buying again. 1303 is the trigger price for SSR for the day today. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Oh man, they borrowed a lot more shares. Let's see, what are we down here to? Let's see, I counted this. 6. Yeah, I counted that. So 200. 200 more thousand shares borrowed for the day today. That puts us at 1.5 million shares borrowed for the day. Yesterday they borrowed 1.6. 0.7 is still the fee. 30.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 114,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is up 2.75, Dow Jones is up 1.41, S&P 500 is up 1.81. We currently have the market lit. The market is completely lit. Buying, buying, buying. 5,711 advancers to 1,856 decliners. The VIX is down 4.76, IWM is up 2.46, Tesla is up 3.83, Amazon is up 2.19, Cinemark is up 2.94. Doge is up 2.17, Bitcoin up 4.11, GME is up 7.43, HYMC is down 7.32, Hood is up 10.55, and AMC is up 7.33. There's a $400,000 more inflow than outflow. And we have a pretty good pace on volume here. Let's see what it is. We're on pace for about 86.97 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50 million, which based on yesterday's numbers, I think we were at 100 million pace at this point in time. And then it dropped very quickly from 100 million pace to 75 or something like that after an hour. So we'll see where we go from here. On the daily interval, lots more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.07. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI over the 70% mark, which is overbought at 71.3%. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with also an overbought signal for RSI at 73.36. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI almost doing a double top into overbought region, but currently not there at 67.35 RSI. Price started to come back down, but never actually reached back down to the 1485 level that I've got marked right here with this blue line. It looks like it might be forming a bit of a double top here. 1561 is our new high. I got to write that down. Oops, wrong spot. That is a 20.8% increase from 1292. Yeah, Sam, I totally get it. I actually said the exact same thing when the person said what I heard on the space call, when they said that David Lauer had confirmed that was a lit exchange. I said, you know what? David's not always right. I hate to say it, I'm not always right. I don't like not being right, but it happens. It does happen. We're all human. Just because you see EDGX showing up on the lit exchange does not necessarily mean that the EDGX is not traded in a dark pool. The CBO, specifically the CBOE EDGX. So I'm in total agreement with you. That's just how I feel, though. Einstein saying market drivers right now are commodities. I agree. Casey, do you think BlackRock and Vanguard, for example, buy sell shares just to keep up with index fund demand? Do I think BlackRock and Vanguard buy and sell shares just to keep up with the index fund demand? Do I think that they're trying to outpace retail sentiment? I said that word again, like sediment. Sentiment, do I think that they're trying to outpace the sentiment of the market? Um, I mean, I think that they do. I think the question, I feel like what you're asking me is the dog wagging the tail or is the tail wagging the dog? And I would suggest that I think the market lead. I think institutions lead the way. I 100% think the institutions lead the way. It's their job. That's what they do. That's what they're supposed to do. So if you're suggesting that they're doing it that they're just making trades to keep up with demand, um, they could be playing sides, but they're leading the way. Yep, I got the 200,000 shares real rugged. I got them. So do I think BlackRock will be in trouble if Russia defaults on their debt since there was word of them holding Russian bonds? They could be. They absolutely could be. NC Proud Dad says, quick question, does it represent a bull sign if there are zero shares to short and high short borrow fee rates? Yeah, yes. Well, it depends. Is volume high or is volume low? If volume's super high and the price is falling, then no. If the price is if the volume's high and the price is rising, no, wait, let me rephrase that. If volume's low and price is falling, and those occur, what you're saying, zero shares and short and high short borrow fee rates, then that's bullish because that means everybody's holding. Oh yeah, I'm telling you, this is the great pump, guys. This is There will be people wailing when this is over. There will be people crying. There will be people who are devastated by what's going to happen here. You're seeing the great pump. This is the great pump that you're living through right now. You're seeing the entire market being pumped for what's about to be a massive shift, just an absolute massive shift to the other direction. Long institutions are trying to get their money right now. They're trying to get as much of their money as they can, and they will absolutely tank this thing so quickly that you won't be able to blink. There will be people who wake up one morning tomorrow, maybe Thursday, or yeah, tomorrow or Friday, maybe Monday. I'm not sure exactly when, but they will wake up and their 401ks will have dropped somewhere between 30 and 50% overnight, and there will be nothing that they can do. by the whole market, Hayden. The entire market. This is the kind of thing that you see before the entire market dumps. The whole market moves up, takes a huge gain for all the long institutions before they completely drop it on its ass. If the volume is higher than the average, that would be bullish, but it needs to be, you need to be seeing price increasing if it's doing that. Let me just check something real quick. Hold on 1 second. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Increasing, rising. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Your price needs to be increasing. Oh, not even close, future whale. Not even close. The market is not on. Oh man, no, the market is not even close to what it is that you're about to see. Initially, MCon, I think we do kind of tend to follow the market. Right now, we have a we're following the SPY, or we're following IWM right now. So yes, we don't have a negative beta yet, but once margin calls start coming through on hedge funds, then that's when you would start to see, because they're going to need to close out some of their. They can't. Here's the catch 22, or the rock and the hard place that hedge funds are are between. They have to hold long positions right now. They have to keep their liquidity. If they decide to sell off their long positions, and start taking short positions inside the market, that's just more. That's more exposure that they have to risk, and they can't increase their exposure to risk right now because they're stuck already as it is. They already have too much exposure to risk. So once they start selling off their positions, the market's going to start tanking, and they're going to start getting those margin calls and be like, "Hey, we need our shares that you got on loan back, buddy, because you just pulled out of your long positions, and we don't see you. You don't have enough. You don't have enough money out there. You don't have enough money for us to be able to take from you. We want our shares back now. Start giving us our money." So they're being forced. Hedge funds are being forced into continuously holding their long positions as the market's going to start dropping. And if they continuously hold those long positions while the market dumps, they start losing big kinds of money. What time did I come back at? 8:15. 3 shots in an hour. It's not too bad, right? It goes down really smooth. And you're welcome, NC Proud Dad. Let me just check some news here real quick. Expert says gold could hit $100,000 soon. Here's how. Russia, China, inflation, currency, wars. Adam Aaron is king. Can you imagine $100,000? What is it at right now? 2,000? Is it at 2,000 or 3? I think it's at 2. Maybe it is 3. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's just under 2. 1909. Not at all, Justin. I don't think so at all. I think it's the same. Nothing's changed, Justin. Nothing has absolutely changed at all. In fact, every indicator that I see is that we're holding through this. Today's like one of the first days that I've seen in, I can't even tell you how long. It's been like 3 months that we've had over 60-40 ratios in buy to selling. We are absolutely buying the crap out of this. We're still over 50. We're still over 50% buy to sell ratio on our orders. I don't see covering. I don't see any of the indicators that tells me that this is a risky play. I mean, it is a risky play, but I don't see any of the indicators telling me that it's becoming more risky. I just see indicators that tells me that they haven't covered and that we're still holding. So does it become more risky? Not at all. Not unless I start seeing something change. Now, if I see something change, I'm going to say something. I'm absolutely going to call it out. I called it out in November. In November, I said somebody's selling. I didn't know who it was, but I guaranteed that it was institutional shares that were probably selling off because of some of the activity and the way that it was going down when it happened in November. When you guys start selling, I'm going to know. I promise you I will know. I'll see it. 100% I'll see it. And when I see those indicators, I shout them out because I want everybody to know. Not just me, but everybody. So 100%. And I don't see anything that changes my conviction in this play. So as long as things continue to stay the way they are, Justin, if this makes it down to $5, I've already doubled down. I'm gonna triple down. I'm gonna triple down on this thing. I will start selling all kinds of crazy crap. I think it's supposed to be at 4 o'clock, Adam. I'm not positive though, as far as the rate hike. I'm not saying that the market's going to fall because of interest rates. I'm looking at the market indices for the futures of volatility. That's what I'm looking at. And you just can't fake those numbers. You can't fake volatility in the market. It's it's either there or it's not there. And I'm basing these numbers off of the volatility futures. So it's hard data. It's absolute 100% hard data. It's telling you what the market is doing, and you can't disagree with it. It's not a market sentiment where it's like, oh, well, we think this is happening because people are doing this. No, it's not. That's not how it works. It is what it is. The market is completely moving. I have never had Devil's River bourbon, but it sounds scary. Ever since I had Fireball, which is the devil's juice, I have a hard time drinking it. I'm scared of that stuff, man. It's scary. Anything that's got devil in the name, I'm like, If gold hits $100,000, you better not leave your house. We'll see. We'll see, future will. We'll see. Here's what I have to say about that though. They only spent $28 million. That's it. That's all they spent. Look how much they've been spending on prime properties for movie theaters. I think those are a worst investment because they could have waited to buy those at a much cheaper rate once the market fails and those properties are worth crap. They could have saved their money and bought those at like 10 cents on the dollar if they just had waited. But they didn't, and they bought them at prime prices. So if you want to talk about, what's a worse investment, they only spent $28 million on that company, but they spent hell a lot more than that on some of those movie theaters that they bought. So I don't know. Each to their own. I did have a drink this morning. It's drinky drink day on Wednesdays in the morning. Simple moving average is at 1551 is what I've got it at. But I'm not sure how many points that's back. Let me see here. That's only looking back 20 points. I'm not sure how far back you want to know. If you want 30, I can change it and look. I understand. No, I don't even have to look into it, doctor. I know exactly what it is you're talking about. Their numbers look like crap. Their numbers look like absolute crap, doctor. But guess what? AMC's fundamentals look like shit too. I ain't gonna lie to you. They look like crap too. If you think our fundamentals look good, it's not why we're here. I don't think Adam Aaron's there for the fundamentals either. I really don't. And you have to look past the fundamentals because if you start looking at fundamentals, you're looking at the wrong things. You need to understand that there's much bigger pictures to just fundamentals when you're trading in the market. Much, much bigger pictures. If all you ever do is trade on fundamentals, you will only be a minimum to average trader ever. That's all you will ever be. You have to look at much bigger pictures. Expand your horizons to beyond looking what fundamentals are on a company. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the play you're in right now. You never would have bought into AMC, ever, if you were looking at fundamentals. I think we have Mad Dog 2020 here in the US, but I don't drink it. Red Dog says I'm not judging bottoms up, brother. Well, I unfortunately I already kind of bottomed up, but there's a little tiny drops that are left in the bottom here, so cheers to the bottoms up, sir. One little tiny last sip, that's it. Just enough to wet the whistle. No, it's just my wife gets off work on a compressed work shift week, dog. She gets off on Wednesday mornings. That's her last day of work. She works 12-hour shifts for 3 or 4 days a week, and so I typically will have a drink with her. She didn't have a drink this morning, but I feel like I've done the drinky drink with you guys for so long that I felt like I needed to have a drink with you guys. I I don't know that you guys necessarily do it. Maybe I just wanted to have a drink. I don't know. I'm drinking alone. Maybe I'm not drinking alone. Dog's drinking with me. It's only 3 shots. I only do it once a week. It's not like it's a regular thing. Now I feel like because I'm having to defend myself here that I feel like that's it. I love the sauce too much. Your comment at 9:40, so it's gonna be 8:40 my time. Let's see. AA's HYMC buy-in has a guaranteed AMC survival through the squeeze. That purchase will save AMC when the market crashes. We squeeze and sell, and precious metals go through the roof. I mean, look at the everything. So look at gold. Gold's going down right now. Everything's going down. This is, like I said, this is the great pump. I mean, the whole title of the show today is to let you guys know this is it. This is the final pump of the entire market. We are about ready to see an epic distortion in the entire market. Well, do what you want, Hal. It's your life. I'm, you know, so there's a lot of sus things, Otto, about what's going on with the whole HYMC, but I'm gonna hold I'm gonna hold off on judging on it and wait to see how this kind of plays out because I feel like there's some potentials there that are just not being seen just yet. I think if you're looking at chess as a 2D board, um, then what you're saying, everything that everybody's saying in here who's like, this sucks, it was a dumb idea, I would agree with you. If you're looking at chess from a 2D board, yep, I agree. I completely agree with what you're saying, 100%. But then all of a sudden you tilt the board a little bit sideways and you're like, oh shit, I didn't see that bishop right there. And then you tilt the board at an angle and then maybe you add some like, I don't know, weather or something, and then I guess whatever it does, or you change the board to where it's multi levels and now you've got 4D chess, right? And you're like, oh, dang, something crazy is about to happen. And there's possibilities in the futures that are being seen that Adam Aaron is preparing for. And when you start to consider those, it changes your viewpoint. It completely changes your viewpoint of this play. And so I would say give it some time. You might feel differently about his purchase, but you don't have to. This is your money and your choice. You're in this play. You've got to decide how you feel about it ultimately. And you're either going to trust or you're not going to trust that he's doing the right job. It was $28 million, guys. It was $28 million. To us, that seems like a lot of money. He has 1.8 in the bank, billion dollars. He spent 28 million on a gold mining company. It's not really that much to freak out about, honestly. I mean, I think I'm wondering if the bonuses that they had this last round equals to that much money. I'd have to go back and I'd have to check it out and see. I know, Alex. I 100% understand. The great pump is here. The great pump is absolutely 100% upon us. It started yesterday. Jana, good morning. Oh, there you go. That's a great comparison, Jana. We spent that much on Nicole Kidman. I mean, that wonderful woman who did that commercial for us and then decided to sign up with HBO for a or movie series for just HBO. She used to be my favorite, not anymore. Earthquake in Japan, wonderful. I'm not trying to pump them. I'm not trying to pump them, Monty. I'm just saying this whole mind thing. I would just, I'd hold I'm holding judgment for a later date. I'm not going to judge on this just yet. I think it could be a good idea. 6+ on the scale, it sounds kind of small. Japan's used to bigger. 6+ over here in the United States is something to talk about, but over in Japan, 6+ is just that's a hiccup for those guys over there. Dick says, "What a great family we are. Yesterday was food, today is alcohol. What's tomorrow? Sometimes it's cars, sometimes it's. Have we talked about weapons? I don't think we've talked about weapons on here. We probably shouldn't. That's probably like one of those things that YouTube's is like, you shouldn't talk about that. Nosa said hiring Nicole Kidman was 3 million more. I, to be quite honest, I was really pissed off. Um, I was really pissed off when she did what she did. I just read that Ukraine and Russia drew up a neutrality plan to end the war. We'll see if that sticks. We've talked about flinging poo. Cars tomorrow. ATF and AMC. I am a gun owner. I only have one though. I would like to get my wife one. That was actually, I don't remember who recommended that I get her a gun for her birthday, but that was actually a really good suggestion. I would have done it had I had that kind of spare cash just lying around. And we actually have her gun picked out already. Just haven't had a chance to be able to buy it because I'm still tied up in AMC. So, but as soon as that happens, she'll be getting her firearm. And I wouldn't consider myself to be a huge gun lover. I'm really not a huge gun lover. I'm not. I think guns are cool, but I'm not an expert by any means. No expert at all. Mudrick Capital owns the largest cut of. It's funny that I said cut because you're cutie cut, but they do own the largest portion of institutional ownership in Highcroft Mine. Yeah, guys, I have a membership. I'm all like, I'm not crazy into guns. I got a gun membership to a range. It was given to me by my son for Father's Day, and I've just kind of maintained it, but I don't hardly ever go. Spy puts coming in now for 376, expire 4/8. Ooh, spicy. Spicy. I know it's coming. I know it's coming. It is coming, guys. I agree, Donkey Kong. And I think they should do funny commercials. I think they should do some funny commercials where a dude rents out the movie theater and they like make innuendos like you could rent out the whole movie theater. Bow, chicka, bow, bow. You ever have the desire to have a special date? Just come to AMC for $120. You can have yourself an exclusive showing. They could totally do something like that. I mean, it would be funny, you know, it's just funny. Froggy, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Yes, I can describe to you what I mean by the great pump. Let's take a look at it. We have 4 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers anyway, so this is a great time to talk about it. What I'm going to show you here is the VIX, and this is the volatility index of the CBOE market, looking or forecasting 30 days out. What I'm showing you right here that you're seeing on the screen, I'm going to get rid of all the other junk on the page here so you can see it more accurately. This is the 2008 volatility that occurred when the market crashed due to the housing crisis, or junk bonds, or whatever you want, junk, what are they, subprime loans that they had, and all that kind of junk. Then you have 2020 right here with COVID. This is your next biggest spike. 2008 was a little bit bigger than 2020, and I think part of the reason that there was less volatility as this came down here was part of stimulus. I think stimulus helped recover the economy, or make it look like it was recovering. But the problem was is that it never fully recovered. It never really fully dropped back down to normal levels of recovery that we typically tend to see in the past, which is down in the $10 range. It only ended up going back down to about 15. Well, the sad news is that this recovery line got broken. It got broken way back in November, and it started moving up. And it's continuing to move up past the recovery line here, and that's what happened here before the 2020 run up. You can see we're starting out much larger and much higher than the point at where we failed in 2020. And if you move back and you look at 2008, the highest, I'm going to call them burps, that occurred prior to the 2008 market crash were at $37. We broke, our burp rate back here broke 30, oh, almost broke 39. We are about to see probably one of the largest spikes on the VIX that we have ever had in recorded history since 1997. 1997 is when the VIX first started reporting. If we have a spike that big, that means our market's going to crash. Absolutely tank. Now, let's zoom in on 2008 here really quickly. Remember, whatever happens to the VIX is the opposite of what happens to our market. So when the VIX goes up, our market goes down. Look at what happens just before the big run. Look at this George W. Do you see this George W right here? Amazing, right? Massive George W. Nowhere, nowhere on this chart do you see any red ascending candles anywhere. Nowhere. There may be 3 right here. I would dare to say that those aren't quite ascending, but almost. Nowhere is there red ascending candles. But you have one last dip before this thing absolutely rips. And these are weeks. Each one of these is weeks. So there's 3, 6 weeks worth of downwards pressure, meaning the market ran up. The market ran up pretty heavily just before it crashed. Let's go back to 2020. Same thing. Broke the line. Market ran up just before the run up. Not quite a George W in here, but it definitely had some type of U-shape formation before running up and breaking out. Again, no red ascending candles. You don't see red ascending candles. It doesn't happen. Red ascending candles means something is keeping the price from exploding. And I would suggest that the Fed is trying everything they possibly can to keep this from exploding out of control. And it's just making it worse. We've already broken past the recovery line and we're starting to break out. All we have to do is see a breakout above this wedge, this ascending wedge, and it's going to happen. And you can see it in the vortex indicator, buying pressure. I'm calling it buying pressure, but that's not really what it is. But upwards movement is consistently moving upwards, and the amount of pressure to try to reduce this has grown and grown and grown, and it's getting to the point to where it can't even cross back over. If it doesn't cross back over, which it's starting to head away from each other, that's where it explodes, right here. There's going to be so much positive movement on the VIX that there will be nothing to stop it from moving upwards. And you will have, I like to look at this orange line or burnt orange line here as yelling, and it's getting louder and louder and louder. And when the yelling gets too loud, you get this right here. This is the last attempt right here for the VIX to try and close off and cross back over, and it never happened. And you got this. Let me see what you guys are writing. I don't know, David. I'm not 100% certain on when this is going to exactly cook off. All I know is that what you're seeing right now is the great pump before the dump. This is it. This is long institutions trying to take as much revenue in as they possibly can before they start to go short. And the volatility is what comes from them taking short positions after they've gone long. They pump it, they collect their money, and they run. And guess who gets to hold the bags? I'm not it's your money, David. It's not my money. You got to make your own choices, buddy. I'm an AMC investor. So I really only like talking about AMC, but I do think that this is related to AMC, and the reason that I say that is because when we have this market volatility like this, when it does start to crash, the hedge funds are locked in place. This is what we've been waiting for as far as AMC is concerned. And the reason that I say that is because they can't close out their long positions. If they do, then they get margin called. So they can't close out their long positions, and they're going to start losing money when the market starts to crash. And they will get margin called one way or the other. One way or the other, they will absolutely be margin called. It's hard to say, Alex. I don't know specifics. I really don't know specifics. At some point, we're going to have to go negative beta to the rest of the market, but it will have to be after margin calls happen. I don't know how long that will take. All right, it's time, guys. Let's go over our numbers. I do, Peter. I think it's soon. If I wanted to say, if I had to guess, Peter, just throwing out like a random number, 3 weeks or less. But I feel like I've been. I'm just gonna say 2 weeks. That's all I'm gonna say, Peter. 2 weeks, man. I don't know the exact timing on this stuff. I really don't. And if I did, I wish I had a crystal ball, man. I really wish I had a crystal ball. But it's close. That's all I can say to you is it's close. Very, very close. Let me refresh Fidelity, and then we're going to take a look at our numbers. All right, starting with the off exchange. An hour ago it was 48.35 on the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX was at 12.62. Let's give it a refresh. 49 and 13 is what I would usually see around now. The off exchange is at 51.11, which is higher than what we're typically used to seeing, which means they're definitely suppressing price through the off exchange. Through the ETF off exchange with the CBOE EDGX, we're at 12.67, which is higher than the 30-day average. That's a little high, but not incredibly high. I would suspect 11 or 12. So it's not incredibly high there, but it's definitely high on the off exchange. Refreshing AMC's Ortex data here at currently right now it's showing 282,000 shares having been borrowed. It was 281 an hour ago, so not much of a change. So there's not going to be any real effect to estimated current short share interest of the free float at 20.9%. Moving on to the options. I apologize for the kids in the background, but spring break. Let's see here. So an hour ago, our highest level of volume for strike price was at $15. It's now increased to 15.5. At 15, 6,000 contracts was the high number that we had for that volume. At 15.5, there's 10.2 thousand contracts. And just as a mental note, at 16, there's 10,000 contracts that are open. So in the next hour, we could see 16 overtake on the highest level of volume for call options. On the puts, at a $14 strike price, no, 15, it's changed. An hour ago it was at 14 with 3.2 thousand contracts. It's now $15 strike price with 12.5 thousand contracts open. Orders by Fidelity customers. Looks like AMC and GME are not on the top 10 list. GME is currently 12th. They have 82% buys to 18% sales, so that's looking really, really good. AMC has slipped. I think we were like in 14th or 15th an hour ago. It could have been 16th. We've slipped down to 19th. The problem here is we're having a little bit of a problem with our buy orders today. So we're down to a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. So there's definitely people or actually this would be people. This is retail. So some retail, I don't know who, but as I've said before to you guys, I'll know it when you're selling. This is under 60-40. There's some retail that's taking some profits right now. I don't know how much. It's not probably very likely high. Otherwise, we would see less than a 50-50 ratio with more selling than buying. But there's definitely some people that are potentially taking profits here. It's going to happen. There's always going to be people who are trying to swing trade, which Why now at this price? I have no idea. It's kind of stupid, but whatever. SSR currently at 1303 for the day today. Only return on shares in the available amount in the ETFs. It looks like they've pulled out like a minimal amount, not enough for me to really bat an eye at. So I'm not gonna add to my numbers. So for the day today, so far they've borrowed 1.5 million shares through Stonko Tracker that we've seen so far. Yesterday was 1.6. Fees for borrowing is still at 0.7. Calls, we have 30.7 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls. 114,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is up 2.65, the Dow Jones is up 1.08, and the S&P 500 is up 1.61. The market is not quite as on fire as it was. Fire meaning good fire, like a lit fire, buying fire. It's cooled off just a little bit now, and it's at 5,515 advancers to 2,048 decliners. The VIX is down 7.71. IWM is up 1.85. Tesla is up 4.4. Amazon is up 1.86. Cinemark is up 2.25. Doge is up 1.87. Bitcoin is up 3.73. GME is up 6.62. HYMC is down 6.91. 7.23. It changed. Hood is up 13.41 and AMC is up 4.21. Our inflow versus outflow currently has more inflow by almost a million, 900,000-ish. We have traded 16.68 million shares for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Oops. Let's see, 101 minutes. We're on pace for about 64.4 million shares for the day today. It's really looking like we're going to have a slower pace than what we had yesterday, and yesterday was just over 40 million. So the price or the volume prediction that I had for this morning is between 30 and 50 again, same range as yesterday. We'll probably just see just a tad bit less volume, unless there's some kind of later day run up or some type of activity that would increase volume. You can see here volume is definitely falling off the trend here. Let's see where they started pushing. 60,000 shares a minute is really what they try to push for. Like this right here at 1050 was at 64,000 shares a minute. They really pushed to get under 60,000 shares a minute so they can really kind of start pushing the price down. That's when it becomes easiest. These minutes in here are all over 100K. We did touch down on the Bollinger Band side down here, and that's going to have a natural knee-jerk reaction back to the simple moving average. On the daily interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover within maybe the next day or two. RSI showing 42.59, which is not quite average, still kind of below average. On the hourly, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 62.35, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.39. After having topped out with too much buying pressure, it's now cooled off to 61.66, which is just above average. 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.49. And looks like we got some news. Trending tickers. And let's see what it is you guys are saying here. Now that I'm back on the screen, I can see what you guys are saying. Update price predictions for this week. I'm s- I'm guessing that you mean uh, by myself. Are you referring to? Because nobody really. I mean, as a group, as a whole group here, we all choose to vote on Mondays for price prediction for the week. Our price predictions numbers came out with 250 votes on Monday, with 50% of the votes from 250 said $15 or less. 27% of the votes said 15 to 20. 14% said 25 to 30, or sorry, 25 or higher, and 8% said 20 to 25. Let's take a look at that, Einstein. David, I would think, I would think that the upcoming Fed meeting is going to have a downwards movement on the entire market. So let me check it out, Einstein. I'm gonna drag it over here real quick here, and we'll check it out. So I don't really look at days to cover. I don't think that it's all it really does is it tells you that you have low volume. That's it. It tells you that you have low volume, and likely either one of two things is happening, or a combination of both. My wife hates how I say both because I put an L in there, both. I don't know where it comes from. Shares on loan going up would cause your days to cover to change, but also your volume going down would also affect that. So when you take a look at these two numbers, I would just put up on loan amount on here as well to see what's happening. And so what I think you have happening here is that um, volume. Let's see if we can get volume in here. Volume is in here already. Let's see. Can we make it bigger? Well, I would say that volume's kind of stable. Let me just check something real quick. Our average 3-month volume's at 46.82. I want to say last week it was like 50. So it's not entirely stable, but we're kind of averaging really close to around that number. So I would say that it's somewhat stable. So majority of the reason why your days to cover is going up or moving to, yes, the highest number that we've had since prior to June's run up, prior to January's run up. The reason it's so high is because volume is so low. In contrast to how many shares on loan that we have. So for example, when you come back here and you look at days to cover back here at 2.62, which is almost where we're at right now at 2.75, the difference is that the volume or loan amount during that period of time was only 43.66, which is 3 times less than what we currently have, right? So that means that the volume was extremely low back then in contrast. So hold on a second now. It says volume was 113. Oh, wait a minute. It's probably based off of the 3-month average volume, though. Yeah, and the volume was much, much lower at that time. Okay, so it's going to be based off of the average 3-month volume, I think. So even though the volume was at 113 million shares for that day, obviously it could cover 43 million shares in less than let's see. Days to cover was 2.62. So with 113, obviously they could cover the loan amount in a single day, but it was based off of an average, and the volume was much, much, much lower. The 3-month average was extremely lower than where we're at right now. So it's a combination of those two numbers that's really kind of impactful. Right now, we have a lot more shares on loan, but we also have a lot more volume too. But it is the largest value we've had since November 9th of 2020. But I don't like that as an indicator for anything because I just don't feel like there's It's just too heavily volume related. And it's I don't know. I just don't like it as an indicator. David, price is not an issue for me. I don't care. What does it matter? I don't care what it hits. If it hits $10, if it hits down into those less than $10 range, I can't wait. I hope it does, because then I can triple down on this. I will sell things that I wouldn't even have considered selling before. Might have to donate some blood, maybe some plasma. I will do everything that I can to buy more shares because I cannot wait for that to happen. I would love to have an excuse to be able to triple down on this. You know what, Sammy? More than anything, I really encourage people to just be respectful of others. And I understand, you saying how you feel about that. That's your opinion. But there's just, I don't know, freedom of speech. You're allowed to say what you want to say. If you guys have questions that you want me, I mean, it looks like 68% of you want me to interview them. So if you guys have questions that you specifically want me to ask, you're more than welcome to submit those to me on just the general chat here, and I can definitely write them down. Don't sell the toilet, Casey. I wouldn't sell the toilet, but I might have to go donate some stuff. Sell your pump. I mean, seriously, I've got um I talked about it the other day. I've got my two original road bikes that I could probably sell. I don't know. I've heard road bikes were selling pretty hot here not too long ago. Probably between the two of them, I would imagine I could probably get $1,000 for those. I've got guitars I could sell. I've got an exercise bike. See, the thing to me is this, David. If I can sell, let's just say a guitar. If I can sell a guitar for $500 now, and I turn that $500 into $5,000 or $500,000 or whatever crazy number you want to throw out there, I can go buy that same guitar many times over now, and I don't have to worry about it. So it is, go ahead, bring it into that territory. I don't care. I know what this company is worth. I know what it's worth because I know what's happening here, and I will 100% triple down. And I know I'm not the only one. Yes, Peter, the market crash is when and not if. Ask Tony who he thinks runs the algos. I'll put that down as a question. I mean, so, I mean, just, I don't know if I feel, I don't know, I don't want to put my answer out. I feel like I mean, that's one of those ones where I would just tell you everybody has an algorithmic trading that works for them. They all have systems, electronic trading that's going on, and the electronic trades are being controlled by algorithms through themselves. I don't believe there is any one entity that has a single algorithm that just does all the trades. So um, I think the answer to that's going to be multiple individuals or whoever's making the trades. We can gang up on Casey. I would like his opinion on this. Hit me up. And if I don't know the answer, I'm more than willing to look it up to see if I can figure out what it is. NC Proud Dad, that's kind of some bad math. So if you know the way that Adam Aaron said it was is excluding the index funds. So if you subtract those from the free float and then say that we own 90% of the free float, that's it. That's the only math you got to do right there. You're done. Everything else is over. It's as easy as the math is. It doesn't get any harder than that. You guys are making it way too complex. It's some No, I'm not doing that real. My wife already works hard. David says, tell Tony CSI investor wants to box him. I'm not going to tell him that. I see where you're going there, Buck. I have my convictions. You guys know that. You know I have my convictions. I don't hold my convictions on other people. Um, and I think you know the reason why he charges people. I think you know. You know why. He wants to get paid for his time. And I respect that. I'm the guy who everybody doesn't like because I'm doing it for free. Nobody wants to do this for free. I would love to get paid for this, but I see it as a trade-off. I see it as a trade-off where if I if I ask you to pay me for something, then you can't go out and in turn make your life better by paying for things that you need to pay for or you want to pay for, perhaps like buying more AMC shares. I would rather see you become more successful in the end than me just making money. If I can find a way to continue to do this, what I'm doing, without getting paid, I will do everything in my power to do so. But I'm not going to hold my convictions on other people because they just may not have those convictions. And it's okay. It's absolutely 100% okay for them to have those convictions. I've had so many people who are so supportive on here. And I really appreciate the fact that you guys want to try to help me out. And I really do appreciate that. I have different convictions. So that's not a question that I would probably ask because I'm not going to put him on the spot for that. I would privately ask him some question like that, right? I would ask him like, why are you, but that's not something publicly I'm going to ask him. I'm just not. Uh, it's his choice. It's his money. It's his time. Those are his choices. Very much like so. The same attitude that I tell you guys, and trust me, I hate to see our insiders selling shares on AMC, but that's their bonuses. We gave it to them. If you don't want them to have shares of bonuses for them to sell back to the market, then don't give them to them. That's our fault, not theirs. Once we give it to them, it's their money. It's their choice. They can do what they want with it. We don't have any right to be mad about it. We can get mad, but we don't really have the right to get mad. Let's see here. And I'm not trying to get down on you, Buck. I appreciate you for asking that. Tal stock. Let's pull it up. I don't review the stocks, but if you guys, I'm always open to taking a look at a stock and just kind of like showing you like the general like their statistics or anything that you want to see about it specifically. I'm completely open. They're up 29.06% for the day to day. They're low. Yeah, they're a low volume stock. They're running 11.69 on a 3-month average volume, and their volume's already at 15.96 for the day to day. One thing that I always like to do is I like to take the average 3-month volume divided by their free float to see how heavily shorted that they are as a company. And this one doesn't look like it. So at that point, I would say, okay, well, if that's not the case, then maybe you should go to the news and see what's going on there. Why is it that they're moving? Or is the whole market just moving? There's got to be a reason, right? So you try and find some kind of indicator that tells you why are things happening the way that they're happening. Another thing that I like to pull up too, Fintel. It's a great source of information. It's free for the most part. Institutional ownership. Go straight to this. If you see a stock running like this, go and look and see how much institutional ownership is owned. So this one's only at just under 50% owned by institutions. So you don't run a huge risk on this one from getting out of control faster than you'd like it to, because they are not completely owned by institutions. There might be some other data here for you to research that could tell you why they're running. But if you want to see some more data than that, that's probably about as far as I'll go into it. And we can just look at the daily here. Ro, I hope you find I hope you find a good family, man. I hope you find a good family. Unfortunately, Ro's probably gone. I didn't get to that comment until too late. Alan, it's for my own choice. It's my own choice that I choose to do what I do. It's nothing to do with other people. Yeah, they kind of make me sick too. Who said that? Um, yeah, Jack Wolf said all the YouTube fights make me sick. I just don't like to get involved. Here's how I see it, Peter. Eventually, when this is all said and done, my hope, what I hope is that maybe there'll be a place in time where I never have to worry about buying another drink again. Because every time I walk into a bar, somebody's gonna see me and they're gonna be like, "Hey, I know who you are. I owe you a drink." That's my hope. You know, that'd be cool. I'm good with that. I wanna touch on what somebody said back up here. Who was it? It was James. James says, "Friends, I'm concerned about the gold mine purchase. Um, IAA was really just hedging inflation. Why not just throw the money into gold ETF? Why into a lower tier mine with larger ownership by Mudrick? Well, I guess the first thing I'm going to say, James, is I don't know the reason why. I don't know the reason why. But I have a feeling that there is a bigger picture to this that we're not seeing just quite yet. And I'm going to reserve judgment on this because I think that there might be something that we're kind of missing. I don't know what it is, but I think that there's something we're missing here. I'm drawing this a little bit late here, guys, but I was just kind of looking at this as I was talking. This does seem to be a bearish wedge, so I would expect to see price drop out going down. I said wedge, it's a triangle, sorry. It's a bearish triangle. It looks like it's going to drop down. We'll have to see what happens when it hits this level of support at 1517, but it does, I mean, the flat side to this does appear to be here. We could see a drop out on this here. I don't know the answer, James. I really don't know the answer, but I do think that there's a bigger picture that we're just missing. I don't think it's a pennant. The reason I say it's not a pennant is because even if you took this to a 5 minute, it's just the pennant would be too long. Your pennant should only be as long as your flagpole. In this particular case here, our flagpoles market open to like 10:30, so 11:30 would be when it would end, which should have already been like 10 minutes ago. So I don't think it's a pennant. I could be wrong. This is the ugliest looking flagpole I've ever seen. It could be. It absolutely could be. From a 30-minute interval, it does definitely look more like a pennant for sure. But it should have broken out like 10 minutes ago. How can Citadel get a margin call if they control the phone? um, there will be people who want their money. That's how. They don't control the phone. There are people who will absolutely want their money 100%. And when they want their money, they will get their money. There are bigger players in this, way bigger players in this than Citadel. BlackRock. When BlackRock starts calling, oh, they'll get their money. They will get it. So, James, were you on the show earlier when I provided the or when we had the Astros take on this? I feel like I say his name. I emphasize a portion.
When
I emphasize a portion of his name like too much. I don't know if you were here for that or not. I'm gonna make an assumption here that you weren't. And what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna link you this video. And I tend to agree with this very, very much. To an extent, I believe there is a way to turn off, very specifically turn off or have the ability to turn off certain parameters that an algorithm looks at. So I think it is controllable, but what he is saying is 100% true. And I think that there are algorithms out there that are less robust than others, and there may be institutions who do not have the capability of turning off fast enough the idea that AMC just made itself a commodity. And so when the algorithms start looking for companies to buy into that have investments in commodities, they're not going to know how to react to the fact that AMC just became partially a commodity. So watch his video. It's very short. It's not me, but it's very short, and I think he's right. I think he's 100% right. I think it's a very good way to look at what it is that they did for an investment. And what Einstein just said right there, they actually weren't heavily shorted going into it, Einstein, but they're definitely heavily shorted now. You guys coordinated an attack on his four little view. I don't know it. What are you guys talking about? Oh, right here, Dr. Zeno. There is nothing wrong with speaking up. Just make sure you have your facts straight. That's all. Alan invites people to challenge him, so we did. Nothing wrong with that. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. But Donkey Kong said, I thought it was funny when CNBC guy said, why didn't Adam Aaron just buy gold bars like uh, Planeteer? Where does he think gold bars come from? I always say that name wrong. Is it Plantier? Is it Palantir? I can't say the name. So it does look like it tried to break out right here towards the tip. I probably should have drawn in my box, but I didn't draw it in there. But I did say to you guys it was pretty close to breaking out. It was almost imminent. It looks like it tried to break out here. It did break out of the wedge, but it didn't successfully continue to fall. Remember what I said about the order book? When it gets out of control, you'll see the walls disappear at the front end. They'll move to the back, towards the back. Excuse me. Right now the wall's at the front, but they're starting to move towards the back. This may need to cook just a little bit longer before it does something. Palantir. I feel like I'm still saying it wrong, GD, even with you doing it the way you did it. Palantir. Palantir. Got to get rid of some of these news. These just annoy. I wish I could just take away these notifications. I hate them. GameStop will report an earnings per share of 0.84. Hmm. GD says, kind of hick like, Palantir. Palantir. I have to say it. Excuse me, my throat hurts saying that. Excuse me while I get my hick out. This is Palantir. And then Hal says, Palantir. 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 Oh, man. Hey, you're welcome, James. You know, so my stock is up 82. Oh, KC. Is there a ticker, KC? I didn't even know that, honestly. Let's see. Kingsoft Cloud Holdings. Never heard of it. I'm kind of curious. I want to see what it is. Come on, are you serious? Mm-hmm. How about that? What do they do? It's a cloud service. Artificial intelligence and oh, great. Y'all are gonna start thinking I'm like I'm some kind of robot or something. Casey's from the cloud. He is the cloud. Casey's Skynet. I gotta look up something else on him. I'm kind of curious now. Hmm. That's all you're gonna get out of me is. All right, this is severe consolidation, guys, because typically speaking, when you see something like this, like it just doesn't run down to the tip. It just doesn't. It usually, I mean, it did have its breakout beforehand, but I mean, that was a pretty false breakout right there. Okay, here we go. There we go. There she blows. Now you can see front loading on the ask side, or the defensive posturing to continue to ladder down or down. Wait, ladder down, ladder. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Driving the price down. Oh, son of a gun! I missed my break. How did I miss my break? I'm having so much fun. I missed my break. All right. Well, I'm not going till 11:20 today. James, take care. A $79 million trade was just made on JP Morgan and dark pools. Wow. A ladder down. 228. Is that accurate? Hold on a second. I gotta check something out here, guys. Hold on. Give me just a second. I gotta verify this information before I present it. Yep. February 28th. So we had a spike in failure to delivers on IWM. My guess is that, let me see when that date was, February 28th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? 35. Yeah, definite spike on. Excuse me. I swear I just had a Rain Man moment. Yeah, definitely spiking. There's definitely a spiking going on there. Oh man. Break time. Missed my break time. Wait, let me get the camera back on. Yep, definitely missed my break. Failure to deliver spiking. Here we go. Yep, no, missed my break. Oh wait, did I turn on the camera? I don't know if I turned on the camera. I did, okay. Sometimes, sometimes I wonder about myself, guys. It's, it's bad. You know it's bad when you can sense it in yourself. When you can see yourself from the outside and you go, "Wow, did I just do that? I did that. I really I just had a Dustin Hoffman moment. A memento." Central Standard Time, Hal. Oh, and I forgot to put the AMC back up there. Sorry, give me a second. You guys are looking at it going like, "Oh my God, is our estimated current share interest of the free float at 38.75? No way." Like JP, if JP was watching right now, he'd be crapping his shorts. There we go. Updated. Welcome to the post office. We always miss our breaks. I don't know if he was a panelist on the Gong Show. Yep, definitely failures deliver. They're definitely high. Definitely. I just can't. I can't. I've lost it, guys. I'm beside myself right now. I'm so lost in the fact that I just had a senior moment mixed in with autism of some sorts with ADD on the side. Be careful, Jana. You know, I've seen your posts on Twitter. Those NFT contests seem to get the better of you. Think you and me both, man. You and me both. We'll you know, we'll, you know. So Alzheimer's runs in my. I like to call it Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's runs in my family, and I don't know. One of these days, I have a feeling I'm gonna be that guy. My grandpa was a little funny at the end there because it kind of it changed him a little bit. Like he became a little bit of a different kind of person than what you would normally expect. But he was flirting with the nurse. My grandma's sitting right there. He was flirting with the nurse. It was a very awkward moment. It was so awkward. Uh, I love my grandpa to death. Good guy. I hope I just don't do anything like that. I just hope I don't. BMV, I think you mean, oh, Buck, I don't know where you live at, but different places I've learned don't call it DMV. So what is BMV? I'm assuming that's like it's got to be something to do with motor vehicles, but I don't know what B stands for. Like every state has like a different name for it. I don't know, Jana. You're not losing me, but I don't know. I feel like you've gotten into like too many risky situations with some of those things. Be careful. All right, so what I'm going to point out to you guys now is yes, we did fall out of this descent. It's almost a bearish triangle. It's not quite because it is slightly angled down here, so it is more of a wedge. But I just went ahead and called it a triangle. It's pretty close to it. So we did fall out of that, but then we ran down to about 1485 or really close to 1485, and then held support there. It was actually not even quite. It was 1488. It was really close, not quite on it, but so it looks like, at least from this perspective, it looks like we've found some support at 1485, which is always a good thing. You want to see when you set a new high after resetting SPF. The last thing you want to see is us running up to. Let me just plug in this number real quick here. 1569. The last thing you want to have is a 21.4% run up to from $12.92 to 1569, and then see it absolutely just destroy the run up that you just had. So we're seeing a level of support here. The only problem with that though is that now this becomes a level of support. You've got one touch point here and you've got a secondary touch point here. We could potentially see a breakout going further down if this doesn't break up through this line here. So I'm going to delete this one. You've got the blue line, the hard blue line, and the soft blue line right here, the thinner blue, driving us to a point where they're likely going to try and push us out somewhere around here. That actually, this might be. So what we really want to see have happen here is to see the price drive through this upper level of resistance here. We need to really just, that would be most beneficial for us. Otherwise, we're just going to see it come back down and try to break through. Jana, whatever you want to do, it's up to you. I just I can't be a part of any kind of money collections or anything like that. I mean, so if you understand what I'm saying, because I know you said free, so I just can't promote anything that would cost anybody anything money wise. I don't know if Froggy's still listening or not, and I didn't really talk to him about this at all. But if they have like this whole group of different YouTubers that they have that they're putting together, if they decide to do some kind of like paid Discord and they want me to show up on it, I'm not going to be a part of it. Um, I just can't. I can't attach myself to anything that's monetized. I gotta stay away from that. The Bureau of Motor Vengeance. That's hilarious. All right, it's 11:01. I'm going to start refreshing everything. Guess what? I'm going to go see a movie tonight. I'm going to go see a movie tonight. I'm going to go see Uncharted. I haven't seen it yet. We were going to go see it a couple weeks ago and then we canceled. We saw Batman, but we canceled Uncharted because one of the kids had gone to see it. Ugh. One of the kids had gone to go see the movie with one of her friends, and so we didn't want to take her to go see it. So we figured we'd just wait for her to go do something else with another friend because she's kind of like the outgoing one that does something with everybody. So, and that's going to happen tonight. So we're going to go all out as a family without her and go watch it now since we didn't get to see it before. So we're going to go watch that. Um, Not Netflix. We're going to AMC, man. I dropped $50 on 5 movie tickets. I got the fifth ticket free because I'm part of the A-list club. You get 3 free movie tickets a week. DJ, you want to go to a movie? I'm gonna wait for your answer. I just threw everything over on the other screen. You can't see. Did I take? Oh no, you can't see. Okay. I swear I can't give away these tickets. It's insane. All right, contact me on Twitter, DJ. Contact me on Twitter. It's it. You'd have to see it. I think actually, I don't know how that works. You might be able to see it tonight even. So just what you'll have to do is contact me in a DM on Twitter or Reddit, doesn't matter where, and then give me what movie theater, what movie, and what time. And you give me those 3 things in a DM, and then so you don't have to give me like any other information. What I'll do is I'll just sign you up for a movie ticket, and then I'll send you the QR code, and you can just go to a movie for free on me. Look at that. Boom. Is this going to be the first one I sell? Or not, I'm not selling it. This is the first one I'm give away. This will be amazing. It'll be amazing if I'm actually sending somebody to a movie. I wasted 3 tickets last week and nobody even wanted one. It's insane to me that nobody wants movie tickets. I can't give these things away. What's going on here? What's wrong with you people? What do you guys want to do? What do you want to pay for these movies? I'm not gonna go if I'm not gonna use the ticket, I might as well give them away. You know what I'm saying? Like at least AMC is gonna make revenue off of you guys buying popcorn or drinks or something. I don't know. I have a feeling you'll. Crazy Pepe wants one. All right, Crazy Pepe and DJ get the last 2 because I used one of mine for this week. Bevel said, "You people, what's wrong with you? Who you calling you people?" It's in the bottom left-hand corner of this. Oh, it's actually in the middle of the screen right now. In the top, kind of top left-hand side. Reddit is user / cold steel _ bop. Don't ask. It's a gaming tag. All right, let's move on to the off exchange. Let's take a look at that first. I'm glad I'm getting rid of some of these tickets. Like last week I literally tried to give away 3 tickets, and everybody who I tried to give them away to said, "No, I'm good." I was like, "What? You guys are crazy." All right, off exchange currently reporting 50.59%, just slightly lower than the 30-day average, but more than what I would expect at this time. Well, nope, that's a lie. I'm thinking of 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock would be about 49%. This is about where it should be at 50.59. The CBOE EDGX, on the other hand, is it's pretty close to where it should be, actually, right around 12 or 13. So it looks like they're suppressing price just kind of normally how they do, like 63, 64%. It's pretty normal. Refreshing Ortex. An hour ago, there was 282,000 shares having been borrowed according to Ortex. It's now up to 326. And that didn't change the estimated current short share interest of the free float any, even though it did rise. It's still sitting at 20.9%. Taking a look at our options here at a $15.50 strike price. An hour ago, there was 10.2 thousand contracts. There's now 12.5. On the, let's see, calls, or on the puts rather, at a $15 strike price an hour ago, there was 12.5 thousand contracts. There's now 13.8. Somebody had mentioned on a space call that you could just give away your tickets to your free movies if you had the A list. And I was like, holy shit. I have wasted so many tickets not giving them to you guys. And I hadn't even thought about it. I was like, oh my God. I could have been sending people to the movies so much. And I felt so stupid for never having thought about it. I was like, that is ridiculous. I wasted so many tickets, guys. It's not even funny. So don't even feel bad about taking these at all. They would have just been wasted anyways. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME has made the top 10 list here. They have a very strong 82% buy to 18% sell ratio. AMC, on the other hand, was having some struggling to keep up buying pressure. Looks like it still is. We're sitting at 19th. We have 55% buys to 45% sell ratio. So it's definitely underneath what I like to see at 60-40. There's definitely some retail that's selling off more than usual. But nothing that I would consider massively huge in regards to. It's just that we'll probably see a little less buying pressure in the future, in the futures. $13.03 is our trigger price for SSR for the day today. Shares having been borrowed in the last hour. 50 there. Just 50,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. That's going to put us at 1.55 million shares borrowed for the day today. Yesterday was 1.6. The fee is still 0.7. Calls are 14.3 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 84.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is up 2.76, Dow Jones is up 1.16, and the S&P 500 is up 1.64. We currently have 5,623 advancers to 1,941 decliners. To me, the market is lit, super lit right now. way more buying. The VIX is down 8.11. IWM is up 2.35. Tesla is up 4.37. Amazon is up 2.16. Cinemark is up 2.88. Doge is up 2.1. Bitcoin is up 3.58. GME is up 7.7. HYMC is down 8.56. Hood is up 15.22 and AMC is up 3.44%. We currently have more inflow than outflow by about $600,000. Looks like we're on pace for about 50.4 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50. So we're almost on target for my upper limit on hitting that. And we're only about 9 million away from hitting my lower limit in actual. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.56. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.68. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover here with RSI at 57.02. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.12. There's our breakout. Thank goodness. I'm really, really glad to see that we didn't touch down and make it the other direction. Yeah, Ross. So this is something that I was showing yesterday. There's a couple different ways. Through the options chain, I think that there are ways that well, first of all, market makers are forced into creating liquidity when there's low levels of liquidity. So they can create short exempt volume. That translates into shares that can be created to the market that are synthetic, creating false shares that are out there. The other way that can be done is rehypothecation of loaned shares. So sometimes they call and get loans and take loans that they don't actually take. They just verify that the loans are available and then just create those synthetics. The other parts of the time is where, and I think this would be illegal. So for me to suggest that there's somebody who's actually doing this would probably be not good for me to suggest, but it could be that somebody is rehypothecating. As Rule saying, I've never had to show my ID as Rule. I've never once had to show my ID. We might have to test this. Tell you what, before I promise out these tickets, DJ and Crazy, let me test it out tonight because I do have an A-list. I do have an A-list ticket that I'm using tonight. So I'll see if they ask me for my ID. I've never once had them ask me for my ID. And I would hate to send you to the movie theater and you're all like, because it was also said as a rule that you were going to need your ID to collect your NFT tickets as well. I've never once had them ask me for that either. Yeah, let me check into this, Gary. I can try and hook you up next week. Let me just see if this works out though tonight for me. We'll see what happens. Ezreal may be onto something. You may have to show your ID, and if that's the case, I won't be able to give these tickets out. But no, it was not a pennant. It was a wedge, pebbles. It was definitely the original. It was definitely not a pennant. I'll tell you how you know it's not a pennant. A pennant, typically speaking, is supposed to be a period of time. The pennant length should be the same as the flagpole length. So in other words, let's just assume for a second here that this is hold on a second. Yeah, let's just assume here for a second that this is the beginning of the flagpole right here. So from 9:33 to 9:58. So what is that? Just shy of a half hour. So if you were to have a pennant from this right here, then that period of time should not be any longer, or should be really close to a half hour from 9:58. So basically, like by 10:30, you should have a breakout. So here you have 10:30 right here. Um, it's not a pennant. This is definitely not a pennant right here. Earlier, somebody had asked me if this was a pennant, and I said, well, I had to come out to a 30-minute interval just to even try and assume that it's a pennant. And again here, taking the time from the bottom of the flagpole to the top, you've basically got from 10 to 10:30, which is a half hour. So again, from 10:30 to 11, what should be the breakout? The breakout should have been here. Right after this period of time, there should have been a breakout, but it's not. There is no breakout there. So this is a wedge. That's the difference between a pennant and a wedge. There's going to be people who disagree with me on this, and I'm okay with that. But typically speaking, I feel like I'm pretty accurate on this. When it's a pennant, you should have a breakout that consists within that same period of time. The creation, well, I'm going to look up the definition of it, Ross, but rehypothecation, uh, to my knowledge, is basically the creation of something that is already been it's a recreation of something that's already been created. Yeah. Okay, so rehypothecation is a practice whereby banks, brokers use for their own purposes assets that have been posted as collateral by their clients. So in other words, I have I have an apple. I've said that this is my apple, but I'm going to give you this apple, but I'm still going to hold on to it. Rehypothecation is me saying now to not just you, but to somebody else, I have this apple. Would you like to have this apple? Okay, you can have this apple, but I'm going to hold on to this apple. That's rehypothecation. It's you lending something out that you've already lent out. You're already holding it in collateral for something that you're loaning out now a second time. Actually, the second portion to this makes it sound a little bit different here. Clients who permit rehypothecation of their collateral may be compensated either through a lower cost of borrowing or a rebate on fees. Clients who permit rehypothecation of their collateral. So I loan it to you and then you loan it to somebody else. But it's loaned multiple times. Maybe not me necessarily loaning it twice, but you loaning it after I loaned it to you. Yeah, okay. So I'm looking at it. Let me just look at this definition here. Rehypothecation occurs when the collateral posted by a prime brokerage client or hedge fund to its prime broker is used as collateral also by the prime broker for its own purposes. Okay, so it's me saying to you, I have an apple to loan to you. I'm holding on an apple. You say that you're going to loan that to somebody else, even though I'm still holding it. That's what rehypothecation is. I didn't have the concept down completely. It is the reloaning of something that has already been loaned out, but it's just instead of me loaning it twice, it's me loaning it to you and you loaning it to somebody else. More ascending red candles. Where? Where are you seeing more red? Oh man, not more red ascending candles. I don't see those. Not on AMC. I don't think. I mean, it's just insane. Now, in this particular instance here on the VIX, it's not this. This would not be considered a red ascending candle now, but it's not the end of the week here, um, because here it's definitely ascending on the bottom side, right? But this particular candle is going to break that trend. But still, you got four. As of this morning, it was five red ascending candles. Now it's the fifth one is starting to become less of ascending, but you still have four red ascending candles. There's again, we've seen this in the past. Here, we might have a week or two of maybe some downwards pressure on the VIX. If you go back to 2008, it was more than 4 weeks. So we'll see what it ends up being. I tend to think that we're a little bit further along in the process. It could be that we're in something like this kind of a phase right here, and it might take like a week or so or more. There could be some more time involved, but based on the way that this thing is heading, the way this thing is heading up north so fast and so violently, I think that it's likely it's going to break the trend going up and not down. So I don't think that you're going to see it continue to fall down through this side. I think it's going to consolidate more upwards or out, one of the two, because that's historically how it normally works. Except for 2008. 2008 actually did break back down and sideways, but there was a difference with 2008 and where we're at currently. What was that difference? I'm trying to remember what it was. There was a big difference. I can't remember what it was. Oh, the pattern formation that it's making. So this is like one of a giant cup pattern that it's making here. big cup pattern formation. We didn't have that back in 2008. Or if we did, this was the cup leading into the launch. But currently, we're seeing a cup here. Okay, so Justin is saying, from our standpoint, how is I got to go to break here, but I'm going to try to answer this one last question. From our standpoint, how does rehypothecation differ from synthetics? They both need to be bought back, right? They are. There is no difference. There is no difference because they're loaning out shares that they don't actually have. That's a synthetic. That is completely 100% a synthetic. So there is no difference from our standpoint. Yeah. I'm going to leave the Bollinger Band on for you guys while I take my break. I got to eat something. I'm getting hungry. I don't think I had breakfast. Did I have breakfast? No, I didn't have breakfast. I'm on coffee and 3 shots. It's the best way to start out a day. All right, so look for this. Even though we did have this breakout going back up, it looks like they're going to try and come back down and retest that 1485 again. Hopefully we can stay off that. Elsa's sad. Thanks, man. Appreciate you worrying about me. I'll see you guys after I'm done with my break. Alrighty, I'm back. 5 minutes a little late there. I was talking to my mom. How are we doing here? Let's see where we're at. They did break that 1485, didn't they? That's gonna be a key number for us. It really is. And I'm sure they know that as well. They meaning whoever they is that is trying to push the price down below it. I don't know who that is. Would have loved to have found out though. Cup and handle. On what time interval? I see DJ saying cup and handle. Let's check it out. Go back out to a 30-minute here. Nothing. Oh, okay, I see it. Okay. Nope, I do see it. We're looking at like a 1, 2, 3, 4 day cup and handle possibly. I'm seeing it a little bit now. I mean, it's kind of nasty looking, right? But if it were to hold, and I actually kind of want to say that this looks a little bit more like, damn, I didn't realize that. That is it. Who said this? DJ? Nice, man. Nice. Man, it is so like, it's so perfect right here. This is an exact mirror image. This portion right here is an exact mirror image right here. Just absolute exact mirror image. And where the rundown takes us almost perfectly in line with this point right in here. The bounce could be coming. If it didn't bounce there, let me just check the high and the low on this. 1590. Let me just check this real quick here, see what the spread is on this. We got 1590. It's almost exactly a $3 gap. It's $1.49. $1.49 from 15. Is it 1590? We're gonna call it. Let's call it 1569. 1419. Would that be right here? A little bit further. Wow. I see it. I mean, it's like perfect. Like 1420, a bounce off of 1420 and then just take off. Well, let's not get too excited. You know, we've definitely seen pattern formations happen and not necessarily pull through. So we'll see what happens. You might want to expect maybe like a 1420 bounce. See if we have a level of support at 1420. 1420. I don't have any Fibonacci set up for that. I got a 1442. Where's 1420 hit on this line? 14, 14, 14, 14. That's 2 o'clock. Oh shit, guys. Oh shit. I hadn't said anything yet, but I'm putting the line. I'm drawing a box right here. 1420 at 1400. Watch for the bounce right here. Dude, this would probably be one of the best times for one of my trampolines ever. I'll tell you guys why 1400 in just a minute. Let's center off of 1410 for the tramp. Yeah, this should be perfect. I'll tell you guys what this is about in just a second. I guess I could say it while I'm talking. This is how challenging it is for me to multitask. Like trying to form complete sentences when I'm drawing something is like near impossible. That's sad. It's really, really sad, but it's true. So Jerome Powell, there was a tweet that came out about Jerome Powell, or the FOC coming out and having an announcement. Let me go ahead and post it up here for you guys. Let's see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure like everybody. Come on, find it. Where is it? All right, I'm just gonna go to their website. Screw this. So they're supposed to come in at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time today and talk with an emergency press conference. It says it on here. I do not see a link to it yet, but there's supposed to be an emergency press conference due to national security interest. I think I'm looking for the exact wording for it here. So give me just a second. I'm looking for it. Let me go to the home and see if I can find it. And I'm not seeing it here. Let me look at Twitter. Oh, I know somebody sent it to me. Here we go. All right. The Wolf of My Street said, "Say what? Significant national security matter." So here's the Department of Justice, Justice Department here, actually. So it wasn't the FOC. Watch today at 2 p.m. Eastern Stand. Justice Department officials to hold press conference on significant national security matter. So we'll check that out. We'll definitely be watching that one at 2 o'clock. That's where the 2 o'clock prediction is coming in for my time frame here on price moving down to that bounce. We may see the bounce maybe around that period of time, or we could just see an absolute rock drop. Not sure which. Man, that trampoline looks like off. It looks off somehow or another. Whatever. That's what we're looking for. Is we're looking for a bounce off the trampoline. Hopefully, we'll get it here when it happens at 2. You're a better drawer when you're sober. I'm actually completely sober right now. Honestly, I'm really sober. Ossifer. I'm not blowing a .25. HYMC bouncing back strong. It is at 2.3% down. Let's take a look at the numbers. It's time. Says yeah, the talk is in about 45 minutes from now. The trend line from the trampoline is the top portion. The top portion of the trend line from our price movement from earlier. We did break out of the wedge right around the time that I had predicted earlier, where I felt like we would see some consolidation and potential breakout going up or down in this box. And it did indeed go up, which was great because we got the bounce off the 1485. But then they broke the price back down, and so they're kind of following this trend line down to the trampoline. So that's where the trend line is just using these touch points from up here earlier in the day this morning. Donald says that conference is about Chinese involvement in threatening a figure skater. If it's really that dumb, that's dumb. Hey Tony, welcome to the channel. If it really is Tony, I don't know if it really is not or Tony. Sometimes we get some people that pretend to be other people. But Tony, how's it going, man? And notice that I have a prediction in here too, Tony. I knew it was going to be a yes, but I always ask the community because I want the community to buy into it before I do anything. So you'll notice here that the community is overwhelmingly saying yes to an interview with you. So, but I always do like to give my community the opportunity to say yes or no to those kind of things. There's no kind of like ill intentions or anything. I just like the community to be able to buy into it. And if they don't if they don't want to buy into it, then I just don't do it. And I will contact you, Tony, about interviews. I think Froggy will let you know that it's pretty benign. All right, nice, awesome. Can't wait to have it happen, Tony. It's so weird. It's so weird for me to have somebody else come onto the channel when I'm talking about them. This is not the first time this has happened. I've had this happen to me several times where I'm talking about somebody else. They come onto the channel. I go like, oh, hey, hi, we were just talking about you. It's just kind of like, it's kind of weird. But anyways, welcome. It's good to see you here. But what I usually do, and I tell this to the community so they know too, is I always give questions to my interviewees first. I don't like surprising interviewees. I want them to be knowledgeable about what it is they're going to talk about, and I don't want to hit them with questions that are aha surprises. So I always make sure that I submit questions in advance so they know what's coming their direction. I always hold the right to reserve one free question that is not on the page, but it's always fun in nature. Some of you guys really liked the question that I gave to Froggy. Some of you guys said that was the first time you ever saw him smile, which I thought was really kind of cool. I can't even begin to tell you guys how that like gave me goosebumps when I saw you. Somebody wrote like that's the first time I ever saw Froggy smile. I felt like yes, win on my part. When you can get somebody to smile or do something that they just don't normally do because they just like it, that's cool. I think it's really cool. But anyways, enough about that. It's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm well past time here for the hourly numbers. Let's cover them. I'm going to log into Fidelity real quick here, and we'll see where we're at. And don't mind the kids and the birds in the background. That's spring break for you. Don't mind the children. I think they're all going to come piling downstairs for lunch right now. All 5 of them. All right. Let's take a look at the off exchange first. 50.59 and 12.85 an hour ago. Let's see where we're at now. 50.66 and 13.11. So the CBOE EDGX ETF price discovery is definitely being more utilized and over the 30-day average. The off exchange also over the 30-day average, but higher than what we've been seeing for like the last week or two, but lower than what we've seen in the past. Again, I still feel like there's a major key player or players who have dropped out of the off exchange and are no longer making trades through there. We've seen a definite difference. An hour ago, we had 326,000 shares having been borrowed, according to Ortex, is now up to 706,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float up to 20.93, so 0.03 increase in that value. Cost to borrow, somebody had noted earlier today, is going up. Believe it or not, that cost to borrow is definitely going up. We're over 2% for the average now. So we're moving up. We're definitely moving up. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume for the options currently at a $15.50 strike price. An hour ago there was 12.5 thousand contracts, now there's 13.8. On the puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $15 strike price. An hour ago there was 13.8 thousand contracts, there's now 14.4. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently sitting in 10th with 82% buys to 18% sales. 100% people are buying the dip on GME as it's gone down. It looks like they're buying the price rise too. However, AMC on the other hand has been a little soft on the buying side today. Looks like it might actually be picking up a little bit more in the later half of the day. We have slipped down to 19th, I think, from 18th position in highest amount of volume according to trades on Fidelity. We currently have a 56% buy and a 44% sell ratio. I hate seeing it under 60-40, but it was 55 45 an hour ago, and now it's 56-44. So we are getting a little bit more buying pressure here, but it's still, there are some, the sell orders are definitely up for sure, which in a day or two from now we may see a little bit of an impact from that. SSR triggers at $13.03 for the day today. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they've borrowed an additional 400,000 shares there. Yep, an additional 400,000 shares since I've checked it last. That's going to put us at 1.95 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Yesterday it was only 1.6 million, so they are definitely borrowing more, and you can see that the fee has also gone up. It went from 0.7 to 0.8. On the calls, we have 14.3 thousand contracts in the money on the calls versus 84.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. Our out of the money calls are still really super high, super high for this quad witching week. 401 is, I mean, normally I want to see this number under 100K. On a quad witching week, I'd like to see it under 4. I'd like to see it under 100 even then, but this is just too high. Way too high. market, the Nasdaq is up 1.85, Dow Jones up 0.74, S&P 500 up 1.05. We currently have 5,494 advancers to 2,086 decliners. I'm not going to say it's lit right now. Decliners are starting to kind of pick up a little bit, just a little bit. It needs to be under 2,000 for me to say it's a lit market. The VIX is down 5.8%. IWM is up 1.88. Tesla is up 2.31. Amazon is up 1.2. Cinemark is up 1. Doge is up 1.33. Bitcoin is up 2.58. GME is up 4.16. HYMC is down 1.4. Well, it's changing a lot. Down 1.4. Hood is up 13.6 and AMC is up 1.69. Refreshing to see what our inflow versus outflow is. We currently have a net positive of about 2 million. Yeah, 1.5 million. 25 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's check and see what kind of pace that is for the end of the day. Looks like we're on pace for about 40.3 million shares traded for the day today. I said that we would probably be a little bit less volume than we had yesterday. Might be a little bit more than less. However, the volume prediction that I gave early this morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time was 30 to 50 million. So I think we're on target for it. Another 5 more million and we'll be in the 30 range. So unless we see some unforeseeable huge amounts of volume just spiking up in the later portion of the day today, that prediction could be pretty accurate. On the daily, just looking at the vortex indicator and the RSI, we've got vortex indicators indicating more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.06, which is below average for RSI. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.51, which is right about down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover here within the last hour, and RSI at right down the middle at 49.57. On a 5-minute interval, we have a lot more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.66. Get our Bollinger Bands back up here. Each one of the waves, each one of these waves here is, you can see the volume kicking up there on each one of these waves. Got about a half hour before we have the Department of Justice coming in to talk. Be interesting to hear what it is. I hope it's not just about an ice skater. That'll not be what I would be expecting. The first message that I read was the one that had my name attached to it. Headstock said, "You seem very knowledgeable, sir. How long have you been torturing yourself in the markets?" I've been in the market since 1998. I first entered into the semiconductor industry at that time, and first started my as a dink, dual income, no kids. Decided to start playing with money in the markets in 1998. I swore off the markets after the 2001 crash. Returned to the markets in 2000 and I'm going to say 2000 and probably 6. Is that about right? Let me think about that for a second. 2006. No, it might have been 2004. I returned to the markets in 2004, only to be disappointed again 4 years later and swearing off the markets again, and returned very, very slowly the second time. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on... No, the other way around. I'm pulling a Bush moment here. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I felt really foolish the second time, not seeing the housing market crisis coming and actually living in probably one of the most impacted places, or one of the most impacted places. I really felt jaded the second time the market hit with the crash in 2008. And probably didn't return back in again until very slowly around 2012 or 13. So it's been a long time, and you're absolutely right with that headstock. Complete torture. I have had a lot of learning lessons along the way, a lot of learning lessons. And quite honestly, you don't learn better than through trial and error. If there's one thing, yes, very fickle. If there's one thing that I could say from my past history trading in the markets is this. The very first lesson in 2001 that I learned, the very first lesson was buy and hold. It was the very first lesson, and I'll tell you why. When I woke up to the markets crashing, when I first started realizing the markets were absolutely tanking, I'd probably already lost like 20%, maybe, which wasn't terrible. I mean, considering how much I had made the previous 2 years, it wasn't too bad. But I panic sold. And by the time I was able to sell my positions, I had lost 50 or 60%. If I had just left it there, remember, I'm like, let me see how old I was. At that time, I was probably like 25, 26, somewhere around there. Yeah, I was like 26 years, I think I was 26 years old. If I'd have just stayed right where I was and not done a damn thing, I would have had so much more money. So if I just had repositioned where I put future money into the markets and just left everything that I had sitting there, I would have been so much better off. And I learned buy and hold works a long time ago. But I guess what I'm trying to tell you is if we see a market crash on this thing and you start seeing your money start dipping like crazy and you're old enough to ride it out and not worry about your future retirement money because you have maybe another 20 or 30 years, maybe even 40 years in the markets, let it sit. Let it sit. Just move your money that you're putting in someplace else because the markets will return and it might take some time. This time it might actually take a long time, but they will return. Yep. It's so crazy. It is real crazy how that is one of the very first lessons you can learn in the market is buy and hold. Now, of course, there are times. Pebble says Casey's the parakeet. There are times where you need to let go, but there's a difference. There's a difference between a market crash and a stock crash. Like when you're in a security and that whatever that company is, you buy into a company and that company is going belly up, you need to get out. That's a totally different story. But when you have a market-wide crash, when you go from a bullish market to a bearish market and the whole thing just dries up, just hold your ground. Just stay there. Of course, it depends on your age, and this is not financial advice. It does depend on your age. If your age is up there and you need to kind of secure some of your money, then you probably need to take somewhat of a hit and move. But if you can wait 10 years, hold it. Sit there and just wait. Wait it out. Pip, I love I'm glad that you got that because it was going on in my head when I said it. Moving on up. I definitely had that going in my head when I said it. Russia hit a theater with an airstrike. I hope that's not true. Tony, I don't know if Tony's probably took off already, but um, I'm just gonna say, guys, you don't have to hit the like button. If you're new around here and you don't know, there's no pressure. There's really no pressure. Don't feel like you got to do it. It's not a thing for me. I'm here documenting history. One way or the other, 100, 50, 0, doesn't matter how many, negative 10 people watching, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to be here. Let me check the news here real quick. I'm wondering, I'm really, really, really wondering if any of the money from the Ukraine help, if there isn't, why did I just forget the name of it? I want to call it cheddar. That's not what it's called. It's called pork. That's I did. I thought of cheddar instead of pork. I wonder if there's any pork in it for saving the stock market. I'm really kind of curious. Does anybody know if there's a place where we can look up to see what it is that they signed? Because I'm really kind of curious. Russia's state TV hit by a stream of resignations. Has anybody seen the Zelensky video yet? I have not seen it. I didn't watch it at break. I called my mom instead. Jeff says, Casey, what I'm worried about is some of these peeps will sell their positions and come back in and pick up additional shares due to the FUD and what's about to happen. How bad with that affect? Will that affect us or help them? I'm going to say this. I'm going to be very blunt and honest with you guys here. I always have been. I looked for a way to try and swing trade this a long time ago. That's how I came up with finding synthetic price failures. When this thing cooks off, you will be left behind 100%. There's no way for you to get back in time. There are people out there who think that they can swing trade this, and they're right up to a point. And when that point hits, while you're trying to collect shares, which is good, it's good because when you're collecting more shares, then you're keeping more shares off the market. That's great. You're going to get left behind. I promise you. And if you don't believe me, go look at what happened with GME. Go look at it. Tell me where you would buy in and where you would buy out at, and I'll prove that you would get left behind. I'll prove it. Why? Because we have a little something called T+2, and it limits us severely. And the only way that you can avoid that, the only way, is to have a portion of your money out at any given period of time. So like say 1/3 of it out at some given period of time, and then some other portion of your money, like say 66.6% of it in. Some portion, some large portion of your shares, and it will be a very large portion, 1/3 or more of your position will be left behind. It will be completely left behind. Now, having said that, I think people who are swing trading this are kind of like, I like to think of them as Navy SEALs of gorillas, if that's even a thing. They're doing a huge service by taking shares off the market, which is good. And they're putting those shares into a situation where they're having to be held. However, the first people to die in a war are always the people who are out front first. And I want you to remember that. I want you to think long and hard about where you want to have your money. You have a once in a lifetime opportunity to make a difference. I don't mind if you want to be a Navy SEAL, but you're going to get shot. You're going to get wounded first. Do I think it's going to hurt our position, Jeff? No. There's not enough people doing it. And even if there was enough people doing it, there's billions of outstanding shares. Billions. There's not enough people doing it, and I don't think it can hurt us. They're actually doing us a service. But they will be the first to be wounded in battle. I promise. That's what I'm talking about, Jeff. T+2, the 2-day period. There are people out there. I've already had this conversation with Review Dork. I've had this conversation with him, and I proved to him. I told him, I said, you're going to be left behind because that's what he's doing. I proved it to him, and he refuses to listen. He will get left behind. Some portion of his funds will get left behind. Yep, that's exactly right, Headstock. Way too risky. Absolutely. The funny thing is that a lot of these people seem to think that I'll just jump back on as soon as it starts to explode. And I go like, yeah, you're going to jump on a moving rocket ship, right? Okay, buddy, you just go right on ahead and tell me how you're going to do that later. Let's see how that works out. We're all going to be sitting there looking out the window of our rocket ship going like, oh, they missed. Whoa, he missed too. Whoa, all these people are missing. I'm telling you guys, it's crazy. It's crazy how it's crazy how fast these things cook off, and you can't get in fast enough. Absolutely, it will, doctor, but it's not going to have the kind of absolutely 100% it will have downs, but it's not going to have the kind of downs that you think it won't. They will have lost more of their position than they will have ever have gained in the first place. They might be making little bits of shares here and there on some of these minor swings right now, which is I fully anticipate that's probably the case. But when you get into those 60% swings, the price goes up too far. It'll go up 200% and then come down 60. They will have lost so much of their position it won't even be funny. Their heads will be spinning. They'll be feeling. They will have their heart rate completely through the roof as they're watching everybody leave them behind. They will feel that 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 pit in your stomach that you feel when you know that you've missed something that you can never get back. Did you tally about that? No, Pip, we didn't talk about that at all, no. What is my share to call ratio? I don't have any options on this play, Sam, at all, period. I will not. I think options are a waste of time in this right now. I have, I think options are, quite frankly, at this point in time, the way that the stock's being traded, I think that they're complete, um, slush fund. Anybody who's doing options on AMC are basically acting as a slush fund for long institutions and market makers. Well, that sucks. Thanks, Donald. You couldn't wait for me to play it on here on the stream and be like, well, that was not what we were expecting. Tim, how's it going, man? There's more than that, ABC. I think there's more than 30 million. If I had to guess, there's probably like, what is this, 101? Oh, there might be about 60 or 70 left. And I honestly, it makes more sense to me, ABC, that originally I thought that there was a possibility that they might try to drop this before they let the price run. So I was trying to let everybody know and, having people anticipate that there was a possibility that we could see price move down first before running way up. But if you look historically at what happened with GME, that price run from $60 up to 130 or 140 and then back down to 60 again, that's your kitchen sink. That's that 70 million shares. How do I know? Because if you were sitting on 60 million shares or 70 million shares and you bought them at, let's just say, $17 a share, when would you sell them into the market? Would you sell them into the market at current price right now? Or would you wait until the price got up to 130 or $140 and sell them? And then use the money that you made on that for your next push down. And then use the money on your next push down for the next push down and the next push down and the next push down. You see where I'm going with this? You got to have a kitchen sink to throw to stay in the game. And hedge funds can't stay in the game if they've got no kitchen sink. Exactly. Damage control the entire way. What do we got? 20 minutes left until we hit this trampoline. It looks like we're not heading back down now. Looks like price is kind of leveled out right at that 1485 range. We're really kind of stalling out here a little bit. A little bit more consolidation. If they're borrowed, no. No. And I'll tell you why. When they sell those shares into the market to start driving the price down, it won't just be people are going to start selling at some point, right? There's going to be people who legitimately start selling at some point. So they're just going to collect those shares back up and then probably an additional 70 million on top of that, return the shares that they have from the first 70 million and use that next group of shares to lower the price the next time. So it all really kind of depends on how many shares are sold off the first drop. I think Adam Aaron will know. I think he'll know what's going on before we even know. There's a Department of Justice meeting, Tim, in about 10 minutes, and it sounds like it's going to be over something that we don't care about. Gosh darn it. That really sounded crummy of me to say. It has nothing to do with AMC related issues. I'm so insensitive. I really, I kind of am insensitive sometimes, guys, just being honest. I'm a very focused person, and sometimes I forget to be sensitive about things. I'm telling you, Jeff, I've worked it every which way I possibly could. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a numbers, I'm a numbers guy. If I can find some place to be able to, and let me tell you, I'm going to tell you right now, Jeff, knowing what I know about synthetic price failures now, I can use that against hedge funds because I can tell you for a fact that 100% is synthetic price failures inside of cryptocurrencies. If you can figure out what those ratios are, they're not the same as because I always tell you guys 20, 35, 40-ish, and 60, 20, 40, 60. I always tell you those ratios for stocks, for securities. Those are the ratios. Those are the golden ratios inside any security. Inside of cryptocurrencies, they have the same exact thing, synthetic price failures, but the ratios are just slightly different. They're not exactly the same ratios, but if you can figure out what they are, you can swing trade cryptocurrency all day long. The only thing I would say is that if you're going to do cryptocurrencies, don't you ever darn fall asleep without a limit sale set up in advance because you'll get stuck. I learned the hard way. I still made money even though I lost some without, where I went to sleep and woke up and realized I should have made a limit while I was sleeping. But that's the tough thing about cryptocurrency is sometimes you feel afraid to go to sleep. But I'm telling you right now, I've looked at it. I've looked at it every which way I possibly can after GME squeeze, and I analyzed it to death. Absolutely analyzed it to death, looking for different ways to try and make the most amount of money as possible on this. And I'm telling you, man, buy and hold. It's your money, it's your choice. But I think I want you to be successful. I really do. And I think the buy and hold method is probably the best. One second. I gotta tell you guys this. So, one of my moderators, I'd like to consider him a friend. I don't know if he considers me a friend, but I'd like, even though I have never met him in person, I'd like to consider him a friend. Just sent me a video, which I can't see, but it says he wrote like in all capitals and stars and everything right underneath it. He said, "Not a Lou video," which made me laugh because this is the guy that I snapped at I don't know, a couple weeks back and said he like sent me a Lou video. I said I can't take it anymore. I even told him first before I blew up. I was like I'm having a bad day, and then I just blew up on him. And I was like, you gotta stop with this. You just gotta stop. I can't take this anymore. Completely blew up. And I had to apologize to him. I really did. I had to apologize. I felt bad about it. I was like, man, he didn't deserve that. And but yeah, so, so now he sends me a video and says, not a Lou video. Uh, uh-oh, who has to be safe? Oh, yeah, be safe, Headstock. That's good luck on that bike ride though, man. Sounds like fun. Have a great day. I felt so bad blowing up at him. I was just like, why did I do that? Sometimes people just have days, I guess. I don't know. Let me see what he says here. Hmm. He's asking, why does no one on your YouTube or even Reddit mention the fact that HYMC is owned by Mudrick? It's not owned by Mudrick. First off, at least I don't think that it is, but the majority shareholder from institutions is Mudrick. I'm pretty sure that in order to be an owner of a company, you have to have over 51% of the shares owned, or over 50% rather. And so I think they only have like 33 or something like that percent. So they're not owners, but they are the highest institution that owns shares through Mudrick. And then as far as like, the fact that they're in ownership or partial ownership of HYMC, um, it doesn't mean anything to me. I don't see. I think we're in the wrong mindset if we're going to every single time we hear a name. If I just say Citadel, if every single time you hear that name, it just makes you want to blow up. I understand why, but you shouldn't. You really shouldn't. If I say BlackRock, you shouldn't. You should blow up every single time you hear any one of those names. BlackRock, Fidelity, Vanguard, Citadel, Susquehanna, Mudrick. I don't care who it is you name off. They should all make you equally angry. Every single one of them, because every single one of those are all institutions that are screwing retail. Every single one. They get rich off of retail. That's where their money comes from. Their money comes from us. We're giving them money. That's how they make their money. It's insane. You know what I'm saying? Like, we really need to kind of get past the idea of all these names making us angry. They should all make us angry. Hey, you're welcome, Jeff. Anytime. Yeah, hit me up on Twitter or Reddit. You can do Reddit too. Either one, man. I try to make myself really available. I think people are absolutely surprised at how easily I am to get a hold of. I like to think that. I don't know if it's true. Got a little bit of a trend going here. And what it might do is it might form a bullish triangle if it hits about here. It's got to break past that 1484 or 1485 level though. No, man, Jeff, I got rid of Facebook for Reddit quite a few years ago, man. It got so toxic on Facebook, I just couldn't handle it anymore. I really liked Facebook a lot until presidential elections rolled around, and then I just, like, you couldn't say what you wanted to say without being personally attacked, and I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it. So I left. I left for being anonymous. What I would say, Bill, is hold on a second. I feel like kids are getting out of hand here. Gonna have to lay the smack down. Maybe, maybe not. Bill says HYMC underperforms, getting only 5 grams of gold per ton of ground mined. Doesn't seem like a good hedge to me. And let me tell you, man, I don't think they care how much gold is coming out of there. I really don't. I think there's two things that are happening. First off, Bill, when did you start looking at fundamentals on companies? I'm gonna catch you right there. That's where every time somebody says one of these things, I'm gonna catch you on this. I'm gonna be like, when did you start looking at fundamentals on companies, sir? You were part of AMC. Seriously, I'm gonna ask you the real question. I'm asking you because I wanna see what your answer is because I have a feeling your answer is gonna be different than like people who just come in to shill. So I kind of want to see what your answer is versus what the shill people have to say when they do come in and start answering those same questions. So just out of curiosity, Bill, when did you start looking at fundamentals, sir? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Boom. There's a breakout right there. Here they go. They're gonna go down. Oh, please hit my trampoline. Come on, Bill. It's an easy question, man. I feel like I've been waiting like way too long. And I know you're real, Bill. I know you're real, Bill, because you've been here for a while. Son of a bitch. I, now I know why your answer took so long. You didn't want to put that in, did you? That lion trader guy, I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, he's getting you. He's getting you good. He's gotten you so many times already. Oh man, he's absolutely said things to you guys so many times that are so wrong. The dude is an institutionalist. He is 100% an institutionalist. If you're listening to what it is he has to say, he's going to lead you down the primrose path of doing things the way an institution would do it. It will not net you what you want to get out of this play, guys. I'm just throwing it out there. Stop listening to institutionalists. You do not want to follow somebody who's an institutionalist on this play. This is not like any other play. Anybody who's been trading in the market for years upon years upon years, who is trades on fundamentals, is not going to get you where you need to be. Why are they? I don't even. This is the part that makes me so mad. Why are those people even covering AMC? And I want to ask them that more than anything. I want to ask Lion that question right off the bat. Why are you covering AMC, Lion? Because institutions don't count on squeeze plays. So why are you even talking about it? Like literally. Like what is your game in this? Why are you getting something out of this? Because nobody else in the institution sees this as a good play. I'm going to answer the question though, Bill. I'm going to answer the question before I go look at the numbers because it is time to look at the numbers. There's two very good reasons. Number one, if you look at the same indicators that we look at AMC that I'm about to show you here for AMC, and you look at those same indicators for HYMCA, I just said HYMCA, HYMC, look at those same indicators. Look at on loan amounts. Take a look at take a look at shares on loan. Take a look at short interest. Take a look at what's some of the look at utilization. Check to see how heavily they're owned by institutions, and look and see what their average 3-month volume is compared to their total daily volume. Go look at those things. See if it doesn't look like AMC at all. That's number one. Number two, the second reason is that AMC is now part owners at 22% of ownership of the company, almost a quarter ownership of a company that is a commodity. If the market crashes, algorithms will 100% start treating the asset that AMC has as a commodity asset, which means that the algorithms will see AMC as a buy, 100% as a buy because they have a commodity. Boom. They spent $28 million on buying an asset that allows them to look like a commodity, or that they have partial ownership in a commodity. It's two very good reasons why. Very good reasons. Fuck fundamentals. Because that's not what we're here for. Okay? I'm not in this play for fundamentals. And AMC is trying to stay alive. And they're not in this for fundamentals either. There's something much, much deeper going on. And I dropped the F-bomb. I dropped the F-bomb. All right, we're going to go over to the other page. I'm going to refresh Fidelity. I'm not mad at you, Bill, I promise. I knew it was going to come from one of two places. Well, I didn't know it was going to come from line. I thought it was either going to come from stock. I'm just waiting for it. The next, it's either going to come from, it's going to come from Lou, or it's going to come from, what's the other one? The other one is Reddit community called something. I can never remember the name until I hear it, and I cringe every single time. It'll come to me in a minute. The one that's like completely pro GME, and I can't think of what it is. Stocks. Come on. It'll come to me. I'll be like right in the middle of this thing, and then it'll just pop into my head. All right. I don't have any thoughts on Chuck from Extreme Gains. Doctor says, Shaw, can you explain more about the mine purchase affecting the buying algo on AMC, please? I actually, I'll talk about it. Let me cover the numbers, and I'll get into it. I feel like we should be listening to the DOJ just in case. I don't know. I don't see how that's national security. That's a figure skater. Dang it. I got to pull it up real quick here just in case, guys.
The exercise of free speech. Today, we add 3 more cases to this list. For the Justice Department, defending American institutions and values against these threats is a national security imperative. Transnational repression is part of the range of tactics that our adversaries employ to try to undermine our democracy, our economy, and our institutions. And it is a threat not only to the people in the United States, but also to people around the world who seek to exercise their basic rights to freedom of expression and to stand up to authoritarianism. This activity is antithetical to fundamental American values. We will not tolerate such repression here when it violates our laws. We will defend the rights of Americans and those who come to live and work and study in the United States. We will not allow any foreign government to deny them the freedom of speech or the protection of our laws, or to threaten their safety or the safety of their families. Today's cases, which United States Attorney Breon Peace will talk about more in a minute, demonstrate that the Department of Justice will protect American democracy and ensure that all those within our borders have access to equal justice under the rule of law and enjoy the protection of the U.S. Constitution. As I said, these alleged plots are separate cases, and each will be prosecuted based on the facts and the law in federal courtrooms. And each of these defendants is presumed innocent unless they are proved guilty in a court of law. Authoritarian regimes seek to deprive people of their human rights and fundamental freedoms.
Okay, I'm not trying to discredit that or anything or say anything bad. Oh, my wife's up. Hey, good morning. Good to see you. All right, taking you guys over to the other page here. Let's see what we got going on here. Off exchange 50.66 and 13.11. Is now 50.98 and 13.01. Those numbers are going up. Our price is coming down. Price suppression. You can't convince me otherwise. That CVOE EDGX just so happening to shoot up as prices dropping down dramatically tells me that's a dark pool. 100%. When somebody tells you something, guys, always investigate. Always investigate. I almost thought they might have been right about it last night when I was listening to a space call, because they had said that they cited David Lauer as the expert as to knowing that it was definitely not a dark pool and it was a lit exchange. I call shenanigans. Borrowed change amount for the day today went from 706,000 shares to 884 in the last hour. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 20.95. We're almost up to 21% here. And let's take a look at those sweet, sweet options. On the calls, at a $16 strike price, which is up from 15.5 as an hour ago, there is currently 15.4 thousand contracts. There were at 15.5, there was 13.8 an hour ago. There's now 15.4 for 16. On puts at a $15 strike price, which we are now underneath, there was approximately 14.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 14.8. Come on, hit my trampoline. It's getting close, guys. Really, really close. I swear to you, like, they have avoided my trampoline so many times, it's getting ridiculous. Orders by Fidelity customers, GME has fallen off the top 10 list. They are now 11th with 82% buys, 18% sales. AMC has stuck 19th. We are still at 56% buys and 44% sales. $13.03 is SSR trigger for the day today. Shares borrowed in the last half hour. Looks like another 30,000. I'm gonna add 50,000 to it because I had some numbers that earlier that I didn't add. There's some more that were borrowed just now. So we're at 2 million shares having been borrowed for the day today compared to the 1.6 from yesterday. Borrow fees are up to 0.8%. 10.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 79.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down, or sorry, NASDAQ is up. Green means stop. NASDAQ is up 0.92. Dow Jones is down 0.02. S&P 500 is up 0.23. The market has 5,018 advancers to 2,558 decliners. The decliners are starting to stack. The VIX is down 5.77%. IWM is up 0.96. Tesla is up 1.58. Amazon is up 0.44. Cinemark up 0.19. Doge is up 0.38. Bitcoin is up 1.09. GME is up 0.96. HYMC is down 9.87. Hood is down, or sorry, Hood is up 11.05%. AMC is down 0.017. We currently have more inflow than outflow by 1.5 million. No, 1.4 million. Total volume so far for the day today. Volume is picking up as price is moving down. We have 27.67 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 37.9 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested between 30 and 50, so we're right down the middle at this point. Volume is starting to pick up a little bit here. Some of these minutes over 100K. On the daily, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure, an RSI of 38.82. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.52, which is right down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers with an RSI of 44.53. And on a 5-minute interval, more, that's a hard one to tell, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.55. I'm just going to say this to you, Doctor. If you haven't seen Astro's video, I think the quick and short answer to what it is that you asked, it can be explained there. Go look. I'll just provide the link. Give me a second. All right, so what I'm going to give you here is a link to Astro's theory about algorithms and how that specifically might work. And I would say that most of everything that he says in that video I agree with. There is one little thing to that I would say is that I personally feel like there are some of the more robust algorithms that are out there were probably created in a fashion to where they can select what they want the algorithm to look at and what they don't want it to look at. So if that's the case, then they would probably be able to disqualify a qualifier like a commodity that's owned by a company. And if that's the case, then basically they would just deselect it. Now, they probably don't have as robust algorithmic trading happening, and so they might get left behind. Hal says you should check out the Extreme Gains end game video. The snake algo is very interesting. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I've had many findings based on the info he's provided that can't be found elsewhere. Definitely gets you thinking. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, Trent. I don't think that Fed meeting is what we thought it was going to be, so I turned it off. I can pull it back up and see.
List containing the telephone numbers and other contact information for pro-democracy activists and advocates so that he could better track them for the MSS. Wong provided the information he had gathered to the MSS using encrypted messaging applications and emails, as well as during face-to-face meetings in the PRC. At least one Hong Kong democracy activist about whom Wong reported to the MSS was later jailed by Hong Kong authorities on political charges. Wong initially lied to law enforcement, falsely denying that he had contacts with PRC officials.
Bill, again, I'm not picking on you, I promise. Anybody, sorry, anybody who wants to look at the fundamentals of HYMC, I've got it posted. I've got some of the numbers posted right above the Ortex data for AMC. And look at the cost to borrow. Look at the cost to borrow. Look at the estimated current short share interest of the free float. Those are two indicators. Those are two very good indicators that tell you that's not a fundamental play. It's not. It's not. It's just not. It's not a fundamental play. It's something other than that. So don't let people try to talk you into that being a fundamental play. Because if they're trying to talk to you about that, they're just steering you in the wrong direction for a reason. Right? They're absolutely steering you in the wrong direction for a reason.
Organization and programs and campaigns in which he has interacted with high-level PRC government officials. Zaburis is a bodyguard and former correctional officer for the state of Florida. He recently relocated from Ocala, Florida to Oyster Bay, Long Island. Schwen is a PRC-based employee of an international technology company headquartered in the PRC. Schwen is an intermediary between the PRC government and Leo. The defendants engaged
No,
in
Ryan,
an
they haven't raised it.
operation to spread negative publicity about anti-Chinese Communist Party activists residing in the United States by harassing them and attempting to publicly discredit them. The criminal complaint focuses on these defendants' harassment of 3 pro-democracy
Oh,
activists.
sorry. I know it's low.
Leo and Zaburis acted under Schwen's directives. They believed that Schwen was receiving directives from the PRC government. The harassment
This is not a
scheme
funny
included
subject.
a
I'm
plan to
laughing because he
destroy
said
the
Schwen,
artwork
and it made
of
me
one of
think
the
of
dissidents,
Wayne
an
Garth.
artist who made a sculpture depicting PRC President Xi Jinping as a coronavirus particle. That artwork was later demolished
Hey, Avi.
in the spring of 2021, and no one has been charged in that act of vandalism. The harassment scheme also included Leo's payment to a private investigator based on Long Island to bribe what they thought
raised
would
it already,
be an
Dr.
IRS
Zeno?
official to get the
When did the
federal
announcement
tax
come?
returns of one of the dissidents. The defendants plan to publicly disseminate information about any potential tax liabilities of the dissident to publicly discredit him. The scheme also involved plans to spy on the dissidents. In one instance, Zaburis pretended to be an art dealer in order to meet with the dissident artist, whose sculpture was later destroyed.
I'm gonna silence him for right now, guys. It's not relating to AMC, and I mean, if you guys really want to hear it, like, let me know. But I'm not that diehard for. I'll wait for Powell to get on. I'll kind of keep it up over here on the side and just watch it. All right, that's their music for Powell's Bowels. If you guys weren't here for that, oh man, you're missing out. Ah, that was funny, man. Powell's Bowels. T-Dog, new to the channel. I feel like I've seen that name before. When buying shares of AMC in the lit market, does it matter if I direct it to NYSE, IEX, or other? Smooth brained here. So IEX has been what I've heard is preferred. If you want to direct to IEX or NYSE, what I have written down from the past, and this is just based off of some of the research that I've done, and it depends on who your broker is. XNYS was supposed to be the preferred choice of method. XYNS and also IEX. I have heard since otherwise, and I don't know if this is true or not because I actually haven't researched the data myself yet, and it's only it's preliminary data so far. But I was just talking to somebody last night in a space call, Darth. Those of you who remember when he came onto the channel and talked about DRSing shares, when I had the interview with him, well, I talked with him yesterday, and he said that some of the IEX orders that are being placed are not actually going to the lit market. I have not verified this myself. I'm not sure how they've come to this determination, but I'm pretty sure that once he has his DD all in order, he's probably going to release it for people to see. So, but T-Dog, more importantly than anything, this is not financial advice. It is just simply, I'm just trying to let you know what we're finding out and what we're trying to figure out. What I've heard is just simply the XNYX. I have to look over to the side because I've got it written on a piece of paper, but XNYS and the IEX are the two exchanges. I hope that helps. But I would try to confirm that other places as well, because like I say, never just take my word for it. I did not know you could change the color. I would drop that music down. Yeah, we'll just let the we'll have some nice background music here, I guess, from courtesy of the Federal Reserve. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I don't necessarily agree with that, Ryan, because there is payment for order flow otherwise, and I think that's been proven pretty extensively. Because if you'll notice in my description box on the channel, guys, I do have different levels of participation. When you buy, well, number one is buy and hold. That's the basic level of participation. Number two level of participation is when you buy, slap that ask. At the very minimum, buying at the ask is better than placing like a limit order. Level three of level of participation is making sure that with your broker that your shares are not available to lend. And the last one is to make sure that you buy from the lit market through your broker, if possible. Now, if you don't know how to buy through the lit market through your broker, or you're not 100% certain that those are going through the lit market, then there's a possibility that payment for order flow will affect your order. And there's, that's where we do lose some of our price discovery. Absolutely. But, whether or not you guys want to participate to those levels is up to you. It's entirely up to you, and it's your money, it's your choice. How much do you want to participate? Oh, are they coming on? They cut the music out. Maybe he's coming on. It is 1:30. I don't see him. How I try to, I'll tell you what, I'll do you one better. How I don't advertise anything. I just don't. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in advertising anything because I don't want you guys to think that I'm trying to sell you stuff. So I'm going to give you a link. Follow that link. Read the stuff that's there.
I want to begin by acknowledging the tremendous hardship the Ukrainian people are suffering as a result of Russia's invasion. The human toll is tragic. The financial and economic implications for the global economy and the U.S. economy are highly uncertain. At the Federal Reserve, we are strongly committed to achieving the monetary policy goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and price stability. Today, in support of these goals, the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. The economy is very strong, and against the backdrop of an extremely tight labor market and high inflation, the committee anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we expect to begin reducing the size of our balance sheet at a coming meeting. Economic activity expanded at a robust 5.5% pace last year, reflecting progress on vaccinations and the reopening of the economy, fiscal and monetary policy support, and the healthy financial positions of households and businesses. The rapid spread of the Omicron variant led to some slowing in economic activity early this year, but cases have declined sharply since mid-January, and the slowdown seems to have been mild and brief. Although the invasion of Ukraine and related events represent a downside risk to the outlook for economic activity, FOMC participants continue to foresee solid growth. As shown in our summary of economic projections, the median projection for real GDP growth stands at 2.8% this year, 2.2% next year, and 2% in 2024. The labor market has continued to strengthen and is extremely tight. Over the first 2 months of the year, employment rose by more than 1 million jobs. In February, the unemployment rate hit a post-pandemic low of 3.8%, a bit below the median of committee participants' estimates of its longer-run normal level. The improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, and while labor force participation has increased somewhat, labor supply remains subdued. As a result, employers are having difficulties filling job openings, and wages are rising at their fastest pace in many years. FOMC participants expect the labor market to remain strong, with the median projection for the unemployment rate declining to 3.5% by the end of this year and remaining near that level thereafter. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Aggregate demand is strong, and bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond. These supply disruptions have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, exacerbated by waves of the virus here and abroad, and price pressures have spread to a broader range of goods and services. Additionally, higher energy prices are driving up overall inflation. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine will put additional upward pressure on near-term inflation here at home. We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We know that the best thing we can do to support a strong labor market is to promote a long expansion, and that is only possible in an environment of price stability. As we emphasize in our policy statement, with appropriate firming in the stance of monetary policy, we expect inflation to return to 2% while the labor market remains strong. That said, inflation is likely to take longer to return to our price stability goal than previously expected. The median inflation projection of FOMC participants is 4.3% this year and falls to 2.7% next year and 2.3% in 2024. This trajectory is notably higher than projected in December, and participants continue to see risks as weighted to the upside. The Fed's monetary policy actions have been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. Our policy has been adapting to the evolving economic environment, and it will continue to do so. As I noted, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. The median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 1.9% at the end of this year, a full percentage point higher than projected in December. Over the following 2 years, the median projection is 2.8%, somewhat higher than the median estimate of its longer-run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee decision or plan, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. reducing the size of our balance sheet will also play an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. At our meeting that wrapped up today, the committee made good progress on a plan for reducing our securities holdings, and we expect to announce the beginning of balance sheet reduction at a coming meeting. In making decisions about interest rates and the balance sheet, we will be mindful of the broader context in markets and in the economy, and we will use our tools to support financial and macroeconomic stability. As we noted in our policy statement, the implications of Russia's invasion of Ukraine for the U.S. economy are highly uncertain. In addition to the direct effects from higher global oil and commodity prices, the invasion and related events may restrain economic activity abroad and further disrupt supply chains, which would create spillovers to the U.S. economy through trade and other channels. The volatility in the financial markets, particularly if sustained, could also act to tighten credit conditions and affect the real economy. Making appropriate monetary policy in this environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. We will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook, and we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain moment. We are attentive to the risks of potential further upward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations. The committee is determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Gina at the New York Times.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for taking our questions. I wonder if you could detail your thinking a little bit about how you're considering the risks of going too fast and potentially tipping the economy into recession, and how you're weighing those risks against the possibility of going too slowly, allowing inflation to become embedded and kind of getting behind the curve.
So I guess I would start by saying that in my view, the probability of a recession within the next year is not particularly elevated. And why do I say that? Aggregate demand is currently strong, and most forecasters expect it to remain so. If you look at the labor market, also very strong, conditions are tight, and payroll job growth is continuing at very high levels. Household and business balance sheets are strong. And so all signs are that this is a strong economy, indeed one that will be able to flourish, not to say withstand, but certainly flourish as well in the face of less accommodative monetary policy. So I guess that's how I would say I'm looking at that. Of course, the objective is to achieve price stability while also sustaining a strong labor market, and that is our overall objective. But we do feel the economy is very strong and well positioned to withstand tighter monetary policy.
Thank you. Let's go to Howard.
Hi, Chair Powell.
Howard.
Hi, Chair Powell.
Howard.
Hi, Chair Powell. I'm wondering, how much of that do you feel is the result of the Fed's stiffer than expected action here? You talk about monetary policy operating with a lag, but is this going to bite quicker than expected?
I don't think that's a big piece of it, actually. I think some of that is just an early assessment of the effects of spillovers from the war in Eastern Europe, which will hit our economy through a number of channels, highly uncertain, but you're looking at higher oil prices, higher commodity prices. It'll be so that we think that will weigh on GP to some extent.
He
so
just
that's
realized
part of
he
what
didn't have enough fingers and quit.
Those assessments down. I think generally monetary policy works with a lag, so some of that would also be in there. But remember as well that 2.8% is still very strong growth. If we think that the potential growth rate of the economy is somewhere around 1.75%, 2.8% is strong economic growth. It would have been one of the strongest years, in fact, of the last expansion. So while it's lower than last year's 5.8%, it's still quite strong growth. So I would say it's quite a strong forecast.
So in that context, what would trigger you to go faster or slower on the rate hikes? Ongoing increases doesn't really tell us whether this is going to come into. So in that context, what would trigger you to go faster or slower on the rate hikes? Ongoing increases doesn't really tell us
It's like Teletubbies.
whether this is going to come into or evenly paced through the year.
Yeah, so the way we're thinking about this is that every meeting is a live meeting, and we're going to be looking at evolving conditions. And if we do conclude that it would be appropriate to move more quickly to remove accommodation, then we'll do so. I can't be perfectly specific about it, but that's certainly a possibility as we go through the year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Rachel at the Washington Post.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell, for taking our questions. I'm curious if you can be specific on when you expect to see inflation will start to come down, especially with the combination of rates going up, fiscal aid dissipating from the economy, and supply chains getting better. And if you don't start to see that, how will you signal it? What will you be looking for, and what will you be looking for over the course of the year? Thank you.
So I guess I would say that at the before the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So let's go back to that. I would have said that the expectation was that in the first quarter, maybe the end of the first quarter of the year. So now we're already seeing a little bit of short-term upward pressure in inflation due to higher oil prices, not natural gas a little bit, but not so much for us since we have our own natural gas supply, other commodities prices. The other thing is that you're seeing supply chain issues around shipping and around, lots of countries and companies and people not wanting to touch Russian goods. So that's going to be more tangled supply chains. So that could actually push out the relief we were expecting on supply chains generally. So I guess I would say that the expectation is still that inflation will begin to come down in the second half of the year. But if you look at where I read the SEP headline median, we still expect inflation to be high this year, lower than last year. And then we expect, though, particularly with the effects of the war, but also the data we've seen so far this year, we expect inflation to remain high through the middle of the year, begin to come down, and then come down more sharply next year.
Let's go to Nick at the Wall Street Journal.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, over the last 6 months, the Fed has shifted its policy stance quite a bit. 6 months ago, you were still buying assets. Most officials weren't projecting any interest rate increases this year. And yet, despite the shift over the last 6 months, real rates are as negative today as they were then. So how concerned are you that further inflation surprises will offset the effects of recent policy firming by leading real rates to stay at levels that do not actually provide much restraint to the economy? Thanks.
So that's one of many ways of capturing the situation, which is that the committee really does understand that the time for rate increases and for shrinking the balance sheet has come. And I would just say, I would go back to the economy is very strong, as I mentioned, tremendous momentum in the labor market. We expect growth to continue. It's clearly time to raise interest rates and begin the balance sheet shrinkage. And I just wanted to say that as I looked around the table at today's meeting, I saw a committee that's acutely aware of the need to return the economy to price stability and determined to use our tools to do exactly that. You couched it in terms of real rates. I would say if you look at the SEP, you've got people getting close to or even above, in many cases, their estimate of the longer run neutral rate. So I understand that doesn't do it for real rates, but if you go out a year or two, many people are in their forecasts are having tight policy from a real interest rate standpoint. So that's something that we're focused on. Of course, it's a highly uncertain environment, and we don't know what's going to happen, but we do know that we're going to deploy our tools to achieve our goals, and that includes the price stability goal.
Let's go to Victoria at Politico.
Have inflation coming down over the course of the year to 4.3%. And then you also have rates going up to what appears to still be below roughly what would be estimated to be the neutral rate, although I know that's a little bit uncertain. So I was just wondering, how much of inflation coming down do you see as actually being as a result of the Fed itself raising rates? And then also, if I could just ask, given that Sarah Bloom Raskin withdrew her nomination, what do you expect to do with the regulatory portfolio? Do you expect to assign a governor in charge of that?
Okay. So sorry, tell me again your first question.
My first question is, how much do you expect inflation to come down as a direct result of the Fed's actions this year?
Okay, so
Zero.
part of inflation coming down
Look
at
how
the very
high
beginning
up
is
he
clearly
looks.
to do
Oh
with
my gosh, guys.
factors other than our policy, and those would include potentially the supply chains getting a little bit better. Certainly base effects.
God, how do I
You're
go
lapping,
back?
as you know, when you look at a 12-month trailing window, you're lapping very high inflation in March, April, May, June of last year. So
He
there should
looks
be some
so
effects
high
from
up into
that
his brain.
in the 12.
He's
in the
lying.
12-month picture. Really what we're looking for, though, is month-by-month inflation coming down. And so it's really, it's all the things we've been talking about, that really haven't helped much, including the shift away from goods and back to services, including supply chains getting better, including labor force participation, all those things that have been sticky and is the... Remember,
It's lagging out here, and I'm not sure if it's me or
last year for
him.
some months now, financial conditions have already incorporated a significant number of rate increases. So it doesn't start today. In effect, the moves are already priced into the market for a few months now. So so the clock is running on that, and I think some of that will be seen in the second half of the year as well. So the clock is running on that, and I think some of that will be seen in the second half of the year as well. And on the regulatory portfolio, I would just say this: we have an obligation to carry out under the law, in supervision and regulation, and we're doing that. That's what we're doing. The committee is not active, so what's happening is things are coming to the full board, and we're voting on them. We're getting our business done. We got the stress tests done. We've looked at a number of proposals for mergers and things like that. So we're working ahead. Of course, we don't have a vice chair for supervision, as you mentioned, but we're making do with the situation we have, and a good number of things have come straight to the board for approval.
Let's go to Neil Irwin at Axios.
Chair Powell, it's Neil Irwin at Axios. Thanks for taking our questions. In the Statement of Economic Projections, we see a forecast of median 1.9% Fed fund rate at the end of the year, 2.8 end of next year. Wondered whether that aligns with your own expectations, in particular on that point of overshooting the long-term neutral rate. And also, if you can tell us anything about how that might be paced, front-loaded, back-loaded, how high is the bar for doing 50 at one meeting?
So I don't, Neil, I've never talked about my own SCP projection. It's in there, but I think Fed chairs have generally not done that because we just haven't done it. It's because we have to put together the consensus on the committee and present that consensus. So I wouldn't talk about my individual one. And in terms of the pacing of it, I would just point out that there's 7 remaining meetings this year. This isn't something we discuss or debate or agree on, but there's 7 remaining meetings and there's 7 rate hikes. I would add there's also the shrinkage of the balance sheet, which people do the math different ways, but that might be the equivalent of another rate increase just from the runoff of the balance sheet. So I don't know. We haven't made any decisions on front end loading or going steadily through the year. And as I mentioned, if you look at the SEP, a good number of participants do see more than 7 rate increases this year. And I can't give you, I'm not going to try to give you a really specific test for what it would take to do that, but I will say this, though. We'll be looking at the data as they come in. We'll be looking to see whether the data show expected improvement on inflation. We'll be looking at the inflation outlook, and making a judgment. And we'll be going, each meeting is a live meeting, and if we conclude that it would be appropriate to raise interest rates more quickly, then we'll do so.
I'm not getting any sound either, guys.
One second. Okay, we're going to try one more time. Colby Smith at the FT.
So good to know that our government has state-of-the-art systems.
Okay, we'll come back to Colby. Let's go to Edward Lawrence.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you, Michelle, for the question. I have a more basic question. The last time the CPI inflation, I know you look at PCE, but CPI inflation was as high as it is was July of 1981 when the effective federal funds rate was 19.2%. But given the current data, how far behind the curve of inflation do you believe the Federal Reserve is in your mind?
So I just would say a couple of things. We have the tools that we need, and we're going to use them. And as you can see, we have a plan over the course of this year to raise interest rates steadily and also to run off the balance sheet. High inflation does not become entrenched while also supporting a strong labor market. And as I mentioned, if we conclude that it would be appropriate to move more quickly, we'll do so. I leave it to others to make the judgment you ask for.
And then just as a follow on that, I wanted to get you on the record on this. What impact has there been on your job, given the fact that you...
Wow.
We lost you in the middle of the question.
Stellar IT crew over here.
Repeat that question.
The impact that given you're not actually confirmed and Governor Brainerd is not actually confirmed, has there been any impact on your job or the Fed's ability to handle inflation?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to Colby Smith at the FT.
Thank you, Michelle. Chair Powell, how concerned is the committee about the notable pickup in services inflation, which is perhaps less likely to self-correct? And to what extent does it alter both the committee's long-term inflation expectations will not de-anchor in the coming months, as well as the balance of risks that the Fed may need to raise interest rates further above neutral than indicated in the dot plot? Thank you.
Thank you. So, of course, that's something we're watching report by report, and we noticed it in the last meeting, and it's part of the overall picture. We have expected services inflation to move back up to where it was, and that's part of what's happening is, in the case of some services, prices are still getting back up to where they were before the crisis. In other cases, it's pretty clear that inflation has spread more broadly across services, and yes, that is concerning. In the meanwhile, we see some progress on the goods side, but really in this latest report, it was confined to vehicles, which is admittedly a large category. So, as I mentioned, the committee acutely feels its obligation to move to make sure that we restore price stability, and is determined to use its tools to do so.
Thank you. Let's go to Steve Leisman at CNBC.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you could help me understand the kind of logic, if there is one, inside the SCP here. As I look at the median forecast, for example, for unemployment, it runs for the 3-year window below the rate.
Oh my gosh.
Being above over the 3-year window, the long run, or call it the neutral rate, so the economy still runs hot. And that is all true in a regime when you run, at least for 2 years, the funds rate above the long run rate. So I guess my question is this: are you not give a forecast here that essentially suggests you will be continuing to run further behind the curve and never really get in front of inflation because the economy will continue to run hot? And kind of on a related issue, you said earlier, inflation will take longer to return to price stability than we had originally expected. Isn't that a choice you're making? And if so, why are you making that choice to let inflation run above price stability longer than you'd like?
Right. So our if you look, first of all, there is no, you're looking at medians, but understand that there's no, it's not something we voted on. It's not a plan. But if you look, people do have their by the end of this year, broadly people are at or close to, or in some cases above, their estimates of longer run neutral interest rate. Okay, so that should stop pushing, that should, in other words, that should be a removal of accommodation for monetary policy, basically. At the same time, we will have done significant balance sheet runoff, and you can think of that as further. In the next year, and just looking at the median, you're now above above the what people estimate to be the longer run median. And also in many people's forecasts, that actually amounts to tight policy in real rates as well. So why does unemployment remain at 3.5%? I mean, a couple points. One is the connection between in the economy we had before the pandemic, the connection between inflation and the level of the unemployment rate was not very tight. But this is clearly what this is an expectation that really it amounts to that the idea that wage increases, which are now running above the level that would be consistent over the long run with 2% inflation, will move back down to levels which are still very attractive, full economy full employment kind of wages, but not to a point where they're pushing up inflation anymore. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of factors causing inflation to come down. And the reality is there are many moving pieces, and we don't know what will actually happen. But no matter what happens, this is a committee that is determined to use its tools to make sure that higher inflation does not become entrenched. And so we are determined on that front, and we'll deal with what comes. This is a modal or most likely expectation, but we'll deal with what comes, whether it's better or worse.
Thank you. Let's go to Chris Rugaber at the AP.
Hi, thank you. Well, let me follow up a bit on that. I mean, there are a lot of economists skeptical that you can reduce inflation as much as you've penciled in without raising the unemployment rate. And I'm wondering just what are the mechanisms you see in reducing demand? I mean, outside housing and autos, how do higher Fed rates reduce consumer demand unless it's through higher unemployment? Thank you.
Well, if you take a look at today's labor market, what you have is 1.7 plus job openings for every unemployed person. So that's a very tight labor market, tight to an unhealthy level, I would say. So, in principle, if let's say that our tools work about as you described, and the idea is we're trying to better align demand and supply, let's just say in the labor market. So it would actually, if you were just moving down the number of job openings so that they were more like 1-to-1, you would have less upward pressure on wages. You would have a lot less of a labor shortage, which is going on pretty much across the economy. We're hearing from companies that they can't hire enough people. They're having a hard time hiring. So that's really the thinking there. Is these are fairly well understood channels, interest sensitive, and basically across the economy, we'd like to slow demand so that it's better aligned with supply, give supply at the same time to recover, and get into a better, a better alignment of supply and demand, and that over time should bring inflation down. And I'll say again, though, we don't have a perfect crystal ball about the future.
How do you lower
and
demand?
We're prepared to use our tools as needed to restore price stability. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, without price stability, you really can't have a sustained period of maximum employment. It's one of our most fundamental obligations is to maintain and restore, in this case, price stability. So we're very committed to that. Of course, the plan is to restore price stability while also sustaining a strong labor market. That is our intention, and we believe we can do that. But we have to restore price stability.
Okay, let's go to Scott Horsley at NPR.
I'll be right back, guys.
Thanks, and I apologize if this covers some of the same ground you just talked about, Mr. Chairman. I think I missed some of your answer there, but I worked for us in the last few months. I wonder what you anticipate when it comes to some of the older workers as the health outlook has changed. Are we going to see more recent retirees following Tom Brady back in the workforce, and what would that mean for wages and inflation?
It's hard to say. What we saw in the last cycle was that over the course of a long, steady expansion, labor force participation outperformed expectations, and that was just it was a tight labor market, but it was nowhere near as tight as this labor market, but it was a tight labor market, and so people stayed in the labor force longer. It wasn't so much people coming back in the labor force after retirement. That's not something that happens in the aggregate very much, but. So that's what was happening. And, more labor force participation is tremendously welcome. And of course, our policy does not in any way preclude that. This is a situation where wages have moved up at the highest rate in a very long time. And people are able to quit their jobs and move to better paying jobs in the same industry or different industry. So it's a really attractive labor market for people. And once, as we get past COVID, well and truly, it becomes an even more attractive one. So we hope that will lead to more labor supply. That's a good thing for the country. It's a good thing for people, and it also will, we think, help relieve some of the wage pressures that do put inflation more at risk. That last part is we'll have to see whether empirically it works out that way. But in principle, it ought to help with inflation as well. It's not the only thing we're looking for, though, from inflation. We're looking for help from a number of different places, and most importantly, from our own policy.
Okay, let's go to Rich Miller at Bloomberg.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell. I'm sorry, I'm having some communication problems, so I've missed some of the stuff you've said, and my apologies if this has been asked. Since the FOMC met last January, and my apologies if this has been asked. Since the FOMC met last January, financial conditions have tightened markedly. Equity prices down, treasury yields up, bond spreads risen, yield curve has flattened a lot, and even further today, dollar is up. Is that welcome? And would you like to see more in order to achieve your goals? Thank you.
So as you know, policy works through financial conditions. That's how it reaches the real economy, by just the mechanisms you mentioned. And remember that the financial conditions we had for the last couple of years were a function not only of very aggressive and appropriately so fiscal policy, but also highly accommodative monetary policy. The monetary policy settings that we put in place at the worst parts of the pandemic. So it is very appropriate to move away from those. And yes, that will lead to some tightening in financial conditions in the form of higher interest rates and just the sorts of things. We're not targeting any one or more of those things, but financial conditions generally should move to a more normal level so that because we know the economy no longer needs or wants these very highly accommodative this stance, which, so it's time to move to a more normal setting of financial conditions, and we do that by moving monetary policy itself to more normal levels.
when you say move to a more normal setting for financial conditions, that suggests to me that you want financial conditions to tighten further from where we are now. Am I drawing the right inference from that?
Well, yes. So I would say we look at a broad range of financial conditions, and of course, when we tighten monetary policy, we do expect that they will adjust in sync over time with monetary policy. It's not any particular financial condition, but a broad range of financial conditions. They will reflect, to some extent, they reflect any number of things. But yes, we need our policy to transmit to the real economy, and it does so through financial conditions, which means as we tighten policy or remove accommodation so that it's at least less accommodative, that broader financial conditions will also be less accommodative.
Thank you. Just a little housekeeping note. Those of you in this call may be having some tech issues. If so, I understand the broadcast is coming through clearly on www.federalreserve.gov. So you might go there for the audio. And now we'll go.
Hi, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask about the balance sheet discussion you've had at this meeting. Can you give us any more details? Did you discuss whether to cap runoffs or whether to increase those caps over what period, if there were any details?
Yes, thank you for asking. So at our meeting today and yesterday, we made excellent progress toward agreeing on the parameters of a plan to shrink the balance sheet.
Well, this is a prepared
And I'd say we're now in a position to
reading.
finalize and implement that plan so that we're actually beginning runoff at a coming meeting, and that could come as soon as our next meeting in May. That's not a decision that we've made, but I would say that that's how well our discussions went in the last 2 days. So a couple things just to add. We'll be mindful of the broader financial and economic context when we make the decision on timing, and we always want to use our tools to support macroeconomic and financial stability. We want to avoid adding uncertainty to what's a highly uncertain situation already. So all of that will go into the thinking of the timing around this. In terms of I would say this. I don't want to get too much into the details because we're literally just finalizing them. But the framework is going to look very familiar to people who are familiar with the last time we did this. But it'll be faster than the last time, and of course it's much sooner in the cycle than last time. But it will look familiar to you, and I would also say that there'll be I'm sure there'll be a more detailed discussion of our in the minutes to our meeting that come out in 3 weeks, where I expect that it will lay out pretty much the parameters of what we're looking at, which I think will look quite familiar.
Thank you. Let's go to Michael McKee at Bloomberg TV.
Mr. Chairman, since September of 2020, you've been operating on a monetary policy framework that let the economy run hot to bring unemployment down. That seems to be over, but I'm wondering how you would describe your reaction function now. What is it that the Fed is trying to do other than bring inflation down? And in other words, is it we're going to keep raising rates until it comes down to an acceptable level?
Cheers to our economy.
I want to clear one thing up again, and that is that nothing in our new framework or in the changes that we made has caused us to wait longer to raise interest rates. What we said in the framework changes was, and this was really a reflection of what had happened for the preceding couple of decades, actually. What we said was, if we see low unemployment, high employment, but we don't see inflation, then we're not going to raise rates till we actually see inflation. That's what we said, and that was the sense of it. There was no sense in which if we got a burst of really high inflation, we would wait to raise rates. That's simply not in the framework. In fact, quite the contrary. The framework is all about anchoring inflation expectations at 2%. So I do hear this, that the framework, we can't blame the framework. It was a sudden, unexpected burst of inflation. And then it was the reaction to it, and it was what it was. But it was not in any way caused by or related to the framework. So come to today. I think our vision on this on the committee is very, very clear. What we see is a strong labor market. We see a labor market with a lot of momentum, great job creation, and we see the underlying economy strong. balance sheets are strong. Yes, there are threats to growth from what's going on in Eastern Europe, but nonetheless, in the base case, there's a pretty broad expectation of strong growth.
Irregardless.
But inflation is far above our target. And the help we've been expecting and other forecasters have been expecting from supply side improvement, labor force participation, bottlenecks, all those things getting better, it hasn't come. And so we're looking now to using our tools to restore price stability, and we're committed to doing that. And you see that, I think, in the summary of economic projections, and you see that in the decision we make, and you will continue to see it in the decisions we make going forward.
If I could follow up by asking, I guess what you'd call it is the Paul Volcker question. You don't think unemployment is going to rise significantly, but if it does that temper your desire to keep raising rates?
Well, the goal, of course, is to restore price stability while also sustaining a strong labor market. We have a dual mandate and they're sort of equal. But as I said earlier, price stability is an essential goal. In fact, it's a precondition really for achieving the kind of labor market that we want, which is a strong and sustained labor market. We saw the benefits of a long expansion, a sustained labor market. It pulled people back in, and there were really no imbalances in the economy that threatened the long expansion. The pandemic arrived. It was just a completely exogenous event. So that's how we're thinking about it. We of course want to achieve price stability with a strong labor market, but we do understand also that really you can't have maximum employment for any sustained period without price stability. So we need to focus on price stability, particularly because the labor market is so strong and the economy is so strong. We feel like the economy can handle tighter monetary policy.
Thank you. Let's go to Brian Chung at Yahoo. Thank you. Let's go to Brian Chung at Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Chairman Powell, hopefully no tech issues here on this front. Wanted to ask just kind of the broad question about how you are communicating what the Fed's doing here today to the average American who might not be reading the dot plots or understanding what the SCP is. How is the 25 basis point hike today and then the signaling on future Fed policy going to address the inflation that they're feeling at the stores on a daily basis?
Sure. So I guess I'd start by just assuring everyone that we're fully committed to bringing inflation back down and also sustaining the economic expansion. We do understand that these higher prices, no matter what the source, have real effects on people's well-being. And really, high inflation takes a toll on everyone, but it's really especially on people who use most of their income to buy essentials like food, housing, and transportation, where we've all seen charts that show if you're a middle-income person, you've got room to absorb some inflation. If you're at the lower end of the income spectrum, it's very hard because you're spending most of your money already on necessities and the price is going up. So, but it's punishing for everyone. So it has been a difficult time for the economy, but we do anticipate that inflation will move back down, as I mentioned earlier. It may take longer than we like, but I'm confident that we'll use our tools to bring inflation down. And you ask about rates. So the way that works, I would explain, is as we raise interest rates, that should gradually slow down demand for the interest-sensitive parts of the economy. And so what we would see is demand slowing down, but just enough so that it's better matched with supply, and that will bring inflation down over time. That's our plan.
Thank you. Let's go to Jolene Kent at NBC News.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for taking my question, doing this today. My question is a follow-up to what Brian just asked. What is your message to consumers out there who can no longer afford the basics due to this high inflation?
Well, that is, yes, indeed. I mean, as I just said, I think we do understand very much, and we very much take to heart that it's our obligation to restore price stability. And we've had price stability for a very long time and maybe come to take it for granted, but now we see the pain. I'm old enough to remember what very high inflation was like. And, we're strongly committed as a committee to not allowing this higher inflation to become entrenched and to use our tools to bring inflation back down to more normal levels, which our target is 2% inflation. So we will do that, and I just would want people to understand that. But the way we do that is by raising interest rates and by shrinking our balance sheet, and so financial conditions will become at the margin less supportive of various kinds of economic activity. That will slow the economy while also allowing the labor market to remain very strong. And the good news is the economy and the labor market are quite strong, and that means the economy, we think, can handle interest rate increases.
And as a quick follow-up to that, obviously the Federal Reserve walking this very complicated fine line, trying to avoid a recession. For the consumers out there who are worried about their jobs in a possible recession, what do you say to that?
Well, I say that our intention is to bring inflation back down to 2% while still sustaining a strong labor market, and that the economy is very strong. If you look at where forecasts are, people are forecasting growth that's strong within the context of U.S. potential economic output. And we expect that to continue. And to the extent the data come in different, then of course our policy will adapt. But we do believe that our policy is the appropriate one for this forecast, and we believe that we can bring down inflation. We believe that we can do so while sustaining a strong labor market. The labor market it's not strong in the ordinary sense of the world. We have not seen a labor market where there are 1.7 job openings for every unemployed person, or where if you add job openings to those who are employed, that's actually substantially a larger number than the size of the workforce, than the number of people who actually count themselves as in the workforce. So this is a situation where demand is higher than supply, and when that happens, prices go up. So we need to use our tools to move supply and demand back in. We don't think we need to do this alone. There will be other factors helping that happen, but we certainly are prepared to use our tools, and we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Simon at The Economist.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Chair Powell. Sorry to take you away from inflation for 1 minute. May I ask about the sanctions on Russia, and specifically the freezing of the central bank assets? Of course, that raises a similar risk for other sovereigns around the world and their biggest companies potentially. Any concerns about, in the long term, how this might affect the dollar's status as the preeminent global reserve currency? And in the past couple of weeks, have you had to deliver any kinds of reassurance to other central bankers around the world?
Well, so of course, central bankers around the world are generally very, very in favor of all of these sanctions. But let me say this: sanctions are really the business of the elected government, and that's true everywhere. So the administration and the Treasury Department in particular, and other agencies, they create these sanctions. We're there to provide technical expertise, but they're not. It's not our decisions, so I'm reluctant to comment on sanctions really much because again they're not for us. We have a very specific mandate, and these are really the province of elected governments, as I mentioned. So I'd have to leave it at that. So, sorry.
Thank you. Let's go to Nancy Marshall-Genzer at Marketplace.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking the question. You've been talking a lot about rising wages, which on the one hand is a great thing, but are we possibly seeing the beginning of a wage price spiral?
So
what did she say?
The way I would say it is this: we first of all, I would agree with the premise that wages moving up is a great thing. That's how the standard of living rises over time, and generally it's driven over long periods by rising productivity. But what we have now, if you look at these the wage increases that we have, we're blessed with a range of measures of wages that all measure different things. But right now they're all showing the same thing, which is that the increases, not the levels, but the increases are running at levels that are well above what would be consistent with 2% inflation, our goal, over time. And that may be, we don't know how persistent that phenomenon will be. It's very hard to say. And that's really, I think, the sense of your question about a wage price spiral is that something that's going to start happening and become entrenched in the system. We don't see that. You can see, for example, in some sectors that got very high wage increases early on, those wage increases look like they may have slowed down to a normal level. But it comes back to, what I'm saying here, which is there's a misalignment of demand and supply, particularly in the labor market, and that is leading to wages moving up at ways that are not consistent with 2% inflation over time. And so we need to use our tools to guide inflation back down to 2%. And that would be in the context of an extraordinarily strong labor market. We think this labor market can handle, as I mentioned, tighter monetary policy, and the overall economy can as well. But yes, wages are moving up faster than is consistent with 2% inflation. But it's good to see them moving up, but it wouldn't be sustainable over too long of a period to see them moving up that much higher. And that's because of this misalignment between supply and demand. We expect to get more labor supply. We did last time. We got more than we expected during the last cycle. This time we've gotten much less than expected. So it's not easy to predict these things. But we do expect that we'll get people coming back in the labor market, particularly as COVID becomes less and less of a factor in many people's lives, something we all wish. So that's how we think about it.
Thank you. And for the last question, we'll go to Don Lee at the LA Times.
Hi, Chair Powell. I think you said to the Senate earlier this month that in hindsight, the Fed
Last
should have
question,
moved
guys.
earlier. And it sounds like today that you don't think that it is late. And I just wanted to get your clarification on that. And if it is, if you still think that the Fed is behind the curve, how much behind the curve is it?
Right. So we are not. We don't have the luxury of 20/20 hindsight in actually implementing real-time decisions in the world. So, the question is, the right question is, did you make the right decisions based on what you knew at the time? But that's not the question I was answering, which is knowing what you know now. So I think if we knew now, of course, if we knew now that these supply blockages really and the inflation resulting from them in collision with very strong demand, if we knew that was what was going to happen, then in hindsight, yes, it would have been appropriate to move earlier. Obviously, it would be, but again, we don't have that luxury. And then but that's a separate question from your other question, which is behind the curve. And I don't have the luxury of looking at it that way. We have our tools, powerful tools, and the committee is very focused on using them. We're acutely aware of the need to restore price stability while keeping a strong labor market. And what I saw today was a committee that is strongly committed to achieving price stability, in particular, and prepared to use our tools to do that. We're not going to let high inflation become entrenched. The costs of that would be too high, and we're not going to wait so long that we have to do that. No one wants to have to really put restrictive monetary policy on in order to get inflation back down. So frankly, the need is one of getting rates back up to more neutral levels as quickly as we practicably can, and then moving beyond that if that turns out to be appropriate. And as you can see, it is appropriate in the sense to people's SEPs. They do write down levels of interest rates that are above their estimate of the longer run neutral rate. And there's also a range of estimates too, as you will see if you look at the details of the SEP. But thanks for your question.
Okay. Thank you all. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, I'm back. I missed it. I don't know what he said, but it really doesn't matter. We heard enough. Did I put truck? What did I misspell truck? Turnip truck. Isn't that what it is? Turnip truck? I don't know. Maybe I got the saying wrong. All right, let me go ahead and run through the last numbers here of the day. Taking guys to the other page. You guys are gonna hear a lot of noise in the background. All right, off exchange. 50.98 and 13.01. Let's give that a refresh. Currently 51% going into the off exchange and 12.76, which is higher than the 30-day average. 30-day average is in the CBOE EDGX. Moving over to Ortex. Looks like the borrowed change has gone up quite a bit. We had 884,000 shares. Man, it's going to get loud in here. 884,000 shares an hour ago. It is now 1.36 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That puts us darn near breaking 21% short share interest of the free float. 20.99. So close. Oh, guys. Look at our cost to borrow. Max. CTB max is at 8.93. CTB average is 2.07. They're getting scarce, guys. Really, really scarce. All right, well, let's move on. Options. At a $16 strike price an hour ago, there was 15.4 thousand contracts. There's currently 17.6. And on the puts, at a $15 strike price, there's 14.8 thousand contracts. An hour ago, there's now 15.3. Market's still signaling for a close somewhere between $15 and $16 for the day-to-day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME not in the top 10, but GME is currently running 11th with a very high 82% buy to 18% sell ratio. AMC slipping one spot to 20th, but our buy to sell ratio did pick up a little bit here. We're at 57.43. It was close. It's really, really close. I don't like seeing it that low, but it's getting better. $13.03 would have been SSR if we had tripped it today. They have borrowed an additional 200,000 shares there. Let's see, we got 200 there. I'm not going to count that 20. So an additional 200,000 shares borrowed for the end of the day today, putting us at 2.2 million shares borrowed for the day today compared to the 1.6 from yesterday. And fees are at 0.8% still. 14.3 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 84.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The NASDAQ is up 2.95%, Dow Jones is up 0.96%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.57%. We currently have 5,593 advancers to 1,988 decliners. The market is lit. It is doing well. With the announcement, it's doing well. It was really, really funny. Actually, it wasn't funny for me. If I had realized the Fed wasn't starting for 30 minutes more, I would have moved this over 30 minutes. That would have put the edge right here. This totally would have hit right on my trampoline. Damn it, why didn't I move it? I should have moved it. It would have been so cool. Whatever. Oh wait, wrong one. VIX is down 10.46. IWM is up 2.39. Tesla is up 4.32. Amazon is up 3%. Cinemark is up 1.38. Doge is up 2.73. Bitcoin is up 3.84. GameStop is up 3.52. HYMC is down 10.53. Hood is up 15.35. And AMC is up 3.21. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have a 3 million spread with more inflow than outflow. 34.57 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's figure out how much we got left here. We only got 30 minutes left, so 360. We're on pace for about 37.4 million shares traded for the day today. And I suggested earlier this morning that we'd be somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares for the day today. Vortex indicator and RSI, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 41.3, which is just below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 55.75. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure having crossed over several times on a 30-minute interval with more buying pressure than selling pressure and RSI at 53.22. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI 57.55. So much noise. This is why I work nights. I can't deal with this. I just can't. It's too loud. Too many people. I want a hole. Can I find a hole somewhere? I need a hole. Just let you guys listen to it. Enjoy this. This is, if you're looking, I don't know. You don't even, like, you don't? Really? Nothing? That's insane. I don't believe it. Pebbles, as far as when is the dump, if it was a market-wide dump, then I don't know when the exact time would be, but I would expect within a week or two at a minimum. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Wait a minute. Okay, good. Okay, I just had to make sure. I was like, who asked that question? Okay, you've been here long enough to know, Pebbles. 2 weeks. It's my last one. I don't have any for tomorrow. And today's Wednesday. Tomorrow we'll be drinking the Adventurous Ape for both Thursday and Friday. What's the topic for the end of the day today? It's gone. Done. The Heine. Cheers, Dr. or DJ. Cheers. St. Patty Day doesn't. Oh, that's right, Pip. Thank you for reminding me. I think tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day. Let me just make sure. Is tomorrow St. Patrick's Day? I don't even know. Oh, it is. I have to wear green for something for tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for reminding me, Pip, on that. Green. All right. We're green right now. It's a Wednesday. We have a 1 in 5 chance. 1 in 5 chance that we hit green on Wednesdays. The only day that's worse than that. The only other day that's worse than that number is when we have a green Wednesday. When we have a green Wednesday, we have a 13% chance of having a green Thursday. If we have a green day tomorrow, that is a trend reversal. So happy St. Patty's Day. Let's go for green. Let's get that dire beard green. Trey did that. That looked horrible. Ryan Cohen's dad's birthday is tomorrow. We gotta find birthdays. You know, Hal, I just want to say this. I want to say this because you're new. I don't feel like I've seen your name too often, or either that you've just changed your icon and I don't recognize, but I feel like the name's new too. Welcome to the family. Honestly, welcome. I think we have a good group of people here and you're participating. I love that. I absolutely love when people participate in here. More than anything, that is like one of my most favorite things. I think it should be special for you, and I'll tell you why. The reason it should be special for you is because I'm here documenting history. When you participate, you're injecting yourself into history being made. So thank you for participating, and I think you're going to like the group of people that we got here. So welcome. To anybody else who's new here, I forgot last Friday to toast everybody who is new, so I'll do it this Friday. I always toast on, well, not always, apparently, because I missed last Friday, but I normally toast all the new people here so that when you see the names, you can say hi and make them feel like they're part of the group. I don't know if Joe Biden's Irish. He actually does kind of seem like it might be a little Irish. We were just talking about this, I think, just the other night. If you want to talk about, I'm going to play this. Let me play this. Hold on one second here. I'm going to pull it up. One second. I want to invite Tom Hanks and what is that guy's name? I always forget his name. Okay. Tom Hanks wants to tell us how to speak Scottish. That's not Irish. Should I still play it? I don't know. That's not Irish. I thought it was Irish. Never mind. Just kidding. I was going to play you guys a little thing where Tom Hanks talks about how to talk Irish, but it's actually Scottish. Completely wrong. Not even the same place. AP, you're crazy, man. There is a lot of new names, and I like seeing that, and I like the fact that they're participating. That beer. Pip is not new. I like the fact that we're seeing people that we used to see. Pip, welcome back. If I had more beer in this, there's a sip left. Cheers to Pip being here. Pip hip hooray. Uh-oh. ABC got 0 shares available. What are these minutes here in volume? We are definitely hitting some higher volume levels here. Most of these are about 100,000 shares. They look big, but they're not that big. Manjeet, take care. For those of you who are new to the channel, beware of not Joe Exotic. The reason I say that is he will oftentimes try to get new people to go to web pages that they should not go to. Do not take any advice from Joe, not Joe Exotic, on going to websites. 2 weeks bro says I'm new. Am new. Kind of, sort of ish maybe. couple weeks. GD said, ew, that last sip was 90% backwash. Hey, it was my backwash. That's the best kind. Trent said, did you see Baba 10,000% on the 102s? No, I don't know what that is. Joe's an angel. Hey, all right, good old boys barbershop. I have not seen that name before, and that's actually probably I like that name. That's a great name. Nice title. I'll never forget my dad's 40th birthday party. He had a barbershop quartet. Maybe not the same thing as what you are with the barbershop, but his barbershop quartet was really good. Super, super good. It was really cool. I actually, as a young kid, I think I might have been like 10 or 12 when he turned that age. And I don't know, I had a real appreciation for a quartet of men singing. I thought it was really kind of cool. It was really cool. And then you're like, yeah, but I'm just a barber, man. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yes, I know he changes his name. I mean, AP, I'd have to say that after everybody watched that, it was just horrendous. I don't think there's a single soul in here that was impressed. Are we getting room rated? I don't know. Why would you think that? Oh, in this house? Yes. Oh, I didn't realize I had all my stuff off here. Sorry about that. Oh, look at that. 0 shares available. That's what you were talking about. Looks like they borrowed some more shares right at the very end of the day here. Let's check this out. Yep, that's another 300,000 shares that they just borrowed. Okay, let's add that to the list. That's 2.5 million shares borrowed for the day today compared to the 1.6 they borrowed yesterday. Right at the very end. Looks like they're gonna have to steal from the ETFs in order to fill that back up. Overall crap, yes. You know, honestly, AP, the title for the day today is the Great Pump. I think there's a lot of evidence that suggests that we're on like either a 1 week or a 2 week downtrend, which I think we talked about before. A downtrend on the VIX, which means an uptrend in price. So I think what we're going to see is we're going to see like maybe like a week or so. I don't think it's going to be 2 weeks like it has been in the past. I think it's going to be about a week of maybe upwards pressure on price across the board on the market before we see the big, huge drop. And so the Great Pump is what I'm calling it. The Great Pump. Man, where are you located, good old boys? If you're here in Texas, I really hope you are because I want to come by. Brian said, when's the 15 business days? And that's in reference to on loan average age per day. 15 business days would have been from March 2nd. If I'm not mistaken, let me zoom in on this just a little bit here. Let me see here. The big day was March 2nd. Okay, so March 2nd, 15 business days from March 2nd would be the 23rd. So it would be next week. A week from today. Well, it's the great pump, then comes the dump. So it's the great pump and dump, but I'm not calling it the great dump yet. It's the great pump, and then the day that the dump starts to happen, AP, I'm going to call it the great dump. The great dump. $20 million failure delivers for IWM for February. I looked it up earlier, Einstein, and I didn't. I think you're speaking for the whole month. And the thing is you can't look at it like that. That's not. They're not stacking like that, unfortunately. I wish that they were. Well, that's okay. It's okay, good old boys. We'll come and hit you up over there too. Don't you worry. When it's all over, you can tell me where. We'll be over there. Yeah, we got some good volume candlesticks in here. We've got this one right here is 216,000. This one right here is 164. They look big, but that's only because they're biggish for the rest of the day, the middle portion of the day. And it really followed that V shape, didn't it? Gosh, man, I really wish I had tried the trampoline moved over 30 minutes more. I thought that the Department of Justice was going to be something we wanted to hear, and so I put it where their meeting was. And then if I had just moved it to where the Fed was talking instead, I would have had the bounce. I had it like perfectly aligned. That's so frustrating. So frustrating. Yeah, trust me. It's just going to take a little bit of time here. I'm pretty sure we're going to see, I think we're going to see a big dump. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a big dump. If you go back and you look historically at the VIX and see how it's kind of trended over time, well, let's just take a look at it and I'll show you. Back in 2000 or 2020, there was a 2-week period before the dump where the VIX went down, which means the market went up. This is the great pump right here, and we're in this period. This is us right here. We're currently in this week, and I think this week right here is potentially the great dump that starts right here. This is the great dump. When the VIX starts to go up, the market dumps. So I think we're in the great pump right now. Here it is. I can't wait, good old boys. That'll be fun. We got about 10 more minutes here, guys. I'm I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll for the day today, guys. There's 247 people who voted. Should I interview Tony Denaro? We got a 69. Nice. 69% of you said yes, and 31% said no. Tony even came in today and voted and said he said yes. So we'll end the poll right there. Oh yeah, right there. 69%. There's our polls. 68-31. Oh man, somebody voted at the very last second. Are you kidding me? Who did that? Who? You rotten. It had to be Joe. Joe did it. I do have questions for Joe that I'm taking from you guys. Anybody who wants to ask any special specific questions to Tony. Who do you think runs the algos is one of the first questions. The second question that I got today that somebody wanted to ask was thoughts on who runs the PPT. Or no, I'm sorry, thoughts on the PPT. Pip says, I vote interview GD. Interesting. GD, are you looking for an interview? But Donkey Kong, it's my pleasure. And I'm not just some kind of Chick-fil-A. But it really is my pleasure. I get to record history, guys. This is cool. This is like super cool. Like, I don't know. Try to imagine from my perspective what this is like. I think this is super cool. He's not doing interviews anymore, I guarantee you. I think he's unfortunately tied. I don't think that he can give Apes interviews any longer. I think he's done. And that's probably for legal reasons. You know, I thought about that, David. That's actually a really interesting idea. That was one of the ideas that I had thought about. Like, what if we created an organization and registered our shares through the organization to consider ourselves as a majority shareholder? The problem is you would have to set up like it would have to be some kind of LLC or something like that, and you would have to set up like some kind of like ownership of the shares through the LLC, which means you would have like a stakeholders percentage, right? Like however many shares you give to the LLC gives you that amount of rights of being able to collect the shares from the LLC, and the LLC would be responsible for, maybe selling your shares, and you wouldn't have any control. Do you see where I'm going with this? It gets real sticky and real kind of one of those things where it's like, nah, nobody wants to do that. And it would end up being so much trouble. But it's not a bad idea though. It's a really good idea. I like it. It just would take the amount of the participation amount that would be required for it. We haven't gotten out of even just people collecting their free NFTs. As far as people collecting free NFTs, we haven't even, what do we have? Like 500,000 people that picked them up? It's not a bad idea though. Yes, 0.25, Jana. Well, at least you get to see something. Good old boys. I learned today that apparently I have an IMDb page. I guess someone follows the end of credits of TV shows and makes pages. Say what? Are you famous, Pip? Oh, I hear what you're saying, David. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Because the first thing that made me think about it, and I don't know what made you think about it, but the first thing that made me think about it was back when, well, it wasn't just necessarily Ryan Cohen, but more recently when Ryan Cohen stepped in as BBBY's, what was it, he bought 10% of the company and he got himself the ability to be able to communicate with the company with 10% ownership of the company. That doesn't seem like that much, honestly, in my opinion. So 10% ownership in a company buys you like the ability to just contact the board of directors or the president. If that's all it takes, I'm pretty sure we could get 10% of our people to put all their shares in some place and have some kind of power like that. That's correct, Israel. Somebody actually popped in earlier today and mentioned that about KC running up. It was like 80% earlier today. All right, guys, gals, apes, whatever you want to consider yourself as. It is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is a new day. Be ready for it. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your kids or your pets. Get out and do something. Whatever you do, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I just wanna stay in the sun where I find I know it's hard sometimes. Pieces of peace in the sun's peace of mind. I know it's hard sometimes. Yeah, I think about the end just way too much, but it's fun to fantasize on my enemies who wouldn't wish who I was, but it's fun to fantasize. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. I die for you, that's easy to say. We have a list of people that we would take. A bullet for them, a bullet for you, a bullet for everybody in this room. But they don't seem to see many bullets coming through. See many bullets coming through. Metaphorically, I'm the man, but literally, I don't know what I do. I'd live for you, and that's hard to do. Even harder to say when you know it's not true. Even harder to write when you know that tonight there were people back home who tried talking to you, but then you ignored them still. All these questions, they're folded like who would you live for? Who would you die for? And would you ever kill? Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. I've been thinking too much. 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 Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time. Taking my time on my ride. I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. Help me. I've been thinking too much. I've been thinking too much.